Facebook didn't like the post again. Bro, why do I even bother? There's no point in trying to post onto the Facebook, okay? They just keep removing them at random times. We removed your post. See why? It's going to be for spam. It's literally a link to my stream. It's allowed. It's literally my stream. It's not a misleading way. Okay, so request review again. Okay. Hold on. Back it up. This post doesn't break the rules. You're just lying. It's not offensive in my region. Okay? Boom. Boom. Hello, dat boy. Hello. You'll hear from us soon. I haven't heard back from the last review I tried to do too. Okay, and I guess in the meantime, we are allowed to just post the image and, maybe I just do the Twitch thing directly, and maybe that works. I don't know. Okay, hold on. First of all, send the ping on the server. You just got frickin' pinged. Okay, idiot. Get pinged, loser. Get frickin' pinged, idiot. Idiot. And then we do this. Okay. Hello. Wait, where's my camera? Where's my camera? Hello. Hi. Why is that all blurry? What are you doing? Hello? What are you doing? Why is it like all really blurry? What do you... Am I crazy? Hold on. Why is this all fucking blurry? Hello? Hello, yes. I am Wolfborg. I'm here. You can see my hand. You're focusing on my hand. What about the rest of everything? What's going on here? Did I hit a thing by accident? I must have hit this thing by accident. It's supposed to be auto-doing that shit, I thought, though. Or maybe not. Hello. Oh, maybe I have to press this thing. Focus cancel? I don't know. Hello. Hello. Okay. Okay. I got my controller ready. Facebook is angry at us for no reason again, so we will attempt to post it one more time, but without the link, or maybe I'll try just the Twitch link and see if that works. Or I'll try twitch.tv/Wolfborg and see if that works. I don't know why there'd be a problem at all. Okay. Watch. And then it's my direct Twitch link. Okay, you can't have a problem with that. Now, can you? Can't have a problem with that. If you do, you're going to have to be upset with every other Twitch streamer that ever has a Facebook page in the world. Can't be upset about that. You can't. Can't happen. Okay. Alright, we're good so far. If I get a notification saying you're banned on Facebook, I will not care in the slightest. Nothing of value will be lost, honestly. Like, Zuckerberg, just look at my fucking things. Just look at my goddamn... Twitch. The Twitch app updating its UI. Making it even worse than before. What are you even trying to do anymore? Okay, there you go. Okay. Hello! Hello. I hear Fate Stay Night has finally had an English official release today. I've also heard it has not gone very well. Various sprites are just in places they're not supposed to be. And one of the main ways to fix it seems to be changing your computer system's locale to Japan. Like the good old days. They used to have to do to get it to work. That's what I hear, at least. I also hear the fix for it is actually pretty simple. It's pretty easy to do. And oh, what have I done? Oh, I just rewinded the song a bit. I hear the fix is actually pretty easy to do, and you can also do the fix yourself, or like somebody's coming with a patch to fix it. I hear the Switch version's been fixed. I don't know if the Steam version has. I'm scared to buy it. I haven't bought it yet, and then I saw all the stuff, and I was like, maybe I should wait like a tiny bit before I do. Like a tiny bit before I do. I mean, it'll probably be fine. It'll probably be fine. Apparently, also there is a Review Starlight visual novel that came out today too, which I'm definitely gonna buy that. So, don't know if I'll play it on stream though. Maybe it depends. Okay. Oh, so one thing I'm trying to think about. Okay, I had said we're gonna play Sly Cooper on Saturday. However, I've been accepted into the closed beta for Tribe 9, and we are allowed to stream it. In fact, they encourage people to stream it and make videos. So they're even doing some contest thing if you make like a long form video or do shorts about it, I guess. The highest views gets like gift cards or whatever. So they want people to make videos about it. So I'm trying to consider whether or not we want to hold off on Sly Cooper, or, I mean, because the beta goes from Friday, I won't be able to stream on Friday, but it goes from Friday until, I want to say the 15th. So we basically get like a week. So I don't have to stream Tribe 9 Saturday. We could always do, I think I said we're not streaming Sunday, but I might be able to fit in a stream on Sunday. Or that, or we could stream it on Monday next week, I don't know. I do want to play Sly Cooper, though, so I think we are going to keep Sly Cooper on Saturday. We're going to play through Sly Cooper, and then probably do Tribe 9 either Sunday if I can squeeze in the time, or Monday. Maybe. Sometime next week. Before that beta closes. Get some content going for that, okay? See if we can win one of those goddamn contests, okay? Also, for those of you who have been waiting, dying to see when Wolfborg start gonna making funny clip like edits of some of the stream memes. I did one earlier today of our Chaos Head playthrough last week. You can go see that on Twitter, or I think I also linked in the Discord. I thought it was fun. I thought it was a funny meme. I thought it was funny. I thought it was a funny haha, a little hee hee ha ha ho ho, a little meme. That's what I thought. All right, let's get Chaos Head going. We're done with Chapter 7, we're on to Chapter 8. Now, another thing I noticed, okay? Nobody pointed this out to me before. And I only really noticed it when I was trying to edit for the thing. My camera in the corner will block, for the Chaos Head stream, will just block parts of the text. It will just block parts of the text, and nobody told me this shit. Why? Why did none of you tell me? Why did none of you tell me? Why did none of you tell me this? What have I done? Okay. Let me switch to the scene. I made a slight adjustment to it. We're up here now. It's either that, or I make myself very, very small and in the bottom right corner. If I want to keep the screen at this size, and I kind of do, for the Chaos Head stuff, I don't want to make that too small to compensate for the fact that you can't read, because then it'll get harder to read. It'll get harder to read. So I guess having me up here is probably better. See, the problem I have right now with my thing, and this is something I can fix, but right now I don't have it set up in a different way. So, you see on the overlay, the, like, outline for, like, the chat and the background image of, like, the screen? Yeah, those are all just one image, so I can't, like, move the chat around without also moving the main screen around. I understand this is a problem with my own creation, okay? I understand that. But I do have to fix that in the future. I have to fix that. Okay. We'll enjoy this for one song, and then we play the game. Okay. Ayase, our bitch sister, Nanami. Wait. Okay, I was about to say, did I not unmute my mic at the beginning of the stream? I remember to unmute my mic. Wait. Yeah, I did. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. Wow. Wow. Okay. Alright, let's descend into madness. Continue. I say continue. Okay, we're gonna load. IR2. What does that mean? What does it mean? IR2. Initiated by Momose, a meeting was slated to be held at Frisia Credit Bureau, a meeting to which Bon was now running nearly half an hour late. Momose's angry voice hurtled into him as he entered the office. In response to this, Bon gave a minor shrug, then proceeded to walk up to the desk of Frisia's president with an amiable smile on his face. He had not brought any refreshments today, something he was beginning to believe may have been a lapse in judgment. Oh, she's... Oh, where's him? Where's he? I don't need the treat. You bring me Suwa. Where's Suwa? He's busy.
若い子をこき使ってバンちゃんは楽してるわけね。
いやいや、俺もちゃんとやってるよ。昨日だって徹夜でいろいろ調べてたんですね。おかげで最近の女子高生の生態についてはかなり詳しくなった。
What?
あんたね、呆れて物も言えないわ。
で、
It's an art
俺
form.
を呼びつけたってことは、あの子と連絡取れたってこと？
Well,
今来てるわ。
さすがももちゃん。
さすがももちゃん。
ちなみに可愛い子かい？
Really, Bon? Really? Yeah, deserved. Momose promptly smacked Bon over the head, stopping his opportunistic grin in its tracks. The sheer speed with which she had turned her wrist made the slap especially fierce.
いつまでもバカなこと言ってんじゃないわよ、エロ親父。
Old lech.
冗談だって。
Before arriving at the building, Bon had made a private request to Momose. It entailed setting up a meeting between him and a certain person connected to the new gen cases. Ooh. Who is this gonna be? Who is this gonna be? Remy? The nurse? Is it gonna be, Takumi's sister? Rather than anything work-related, it was merely to satiate a personal curiosity. He was not planning on talking about anything related to the new gen investigations for the time being. And due to his position, Bond could not simply meet with the person on his own, else he would risk drawing the ire of detectives he was getting ahead of. Or maybe it's Ayase. Momose urged Bond over to the corner of the office. It was a fairly cramped space, almost all of which was already taken up by the shelves packed full of files. The location was used as a reception area of sorts, and a pair of love seats had been wedged into the only place they could fit. Bond entered the section after Momose, and his eyes landed upon a lone girl sitting in one of the love seats. The girl was wearing a Suimei Academy uniform. Okay, so it's not the nurse. Her head and shoulders were curved toward the ground. She looked incredibly haggard.
ごめんね。
Oh, is this
お
Yua?
待たせしちゃって。
Oh, this is going to be Yua, isn't it? It's Yua! The girl looked up in startlement upon hearing Momose. In the process, her glasses had slipped down her nose a bit, leading her to swiftly readjust them with her finger.
いえ、平気です。
Hecky. When she saw Bon, her expression turned slightly fearful before bowing her head in greeting a moment later. Bon felt somewhat hurt by this. He had made every attempt to look as non-threatening as possible in both bearing and appearance. But the girl's reaction made him realize that, despite his best efforts, the ferocity, intimidation particular to detectives, was seeping out all the time. All the same. Looks like I've still got a lot more practicing to do, he thought with bitter amazement as he sat across from Yua.
楠木優愛さんだね。
はい。
亡くなったミアさんの双子の姉。それで間違いないかな。
Okay. So she had a twin sister who was older and now she's passed away. This is the information we've just been given, right? Yua slightly readjusted her posture, then returned a nod. The first new gen incident, the group dive. Oh, we are aware now, boys. We are aware. Among the 5 high schoolers that had leapt to their deaths was a girl named Kusunoki Mia. That's why she was looking into the new gen cases. That's why as soon as she saw me and figured that I had something to do with it, that's what... It's all making sense. I'm getting water. Don't worry. I got my water. Okay? You don't have to stay hydrate. I'm hydrating all the same. I took out the trash earlier. Okay? Running around doing shit. I need water. Okay. You can't do... I just drank! You can't do the stay hydrated. Wait, also, hold on. I am going to fix something. I'm going to fix it so that you guys can see the redeems on stream. I am going to fix it so it does that. How do I do this? In the stream chat thing. I'm going to fix it so it shows there. How do I fix this? How do? Was it this? It's probably this. Okay. Oh, you can... Oh, I completely forgot. You can have, like, the request up as a separate pop-out thing for, like, a reward queue, and then you can check off ones that you've completed. I didn't even realize this is a thing that you could do. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We have a Takumi text-to-speech. We have 2 text-to-speeches. One is Takumi TTS, and the other is, just regular text-to-speech. Oh, it tells me how many times they've been requested, too. Oh, wait, does it keep them here in this queue until I redeem them? On here? Because it says, stay hydrated. 67 stay hydrated requests. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Okay, yeah, if I mark complete, then it takes them down off the thing, okay? There's also pause redemptions. I can pause redemptions for stay hydrated. Then you fuckers can't waterboard me. I could do that. And you can't stop me. You can't stop me. God damn. Alright, what else we got here? Why does it still do... Oh, I have to sneeze. I feel it. I feel it coming. Hold on. See? I felt it coming. Apologies for your eardrums. Okay. Is there a way for me to get it to, like, not show some of these in the reward queue? Like the sound effect ones? Those aren't, like, things that I have to mark accept or whatever. Well, let's see. There must be a way for me to easily edit my things here. Easily edit my rewards. Would be settings. Viewer rewards. Rewards. Probably there. Okay, wait, no. Power up and channel points. Okay. Manage power-ups and channel points. Okay. Alright. Ooh woo. Skip rewards request queue. If enabled, only future viewer requests will skip the queue for the reward, or for a review. Wait, what? Oh, okay, so they won't be in that queue, so I don't have to check them off. That's what that means. Okay. I understand. Naruhodo. Okay. I see. So this one, it should have been me. That one can also skip that. Don't need that on there. Jojo, oh my god. We could skip that. Doesn't need to be on there. Death Note potato chip. Doesn't need to be there. Okay, text-to-speech doesn't need to be on there. It just happens. FBI open up doesn't need to be on there. Takumi TTS doesn't need to be on there. Wait, do a test of the Takumi TTS. If you're here, if somebody's listening and you can test it, test the Takumi TTS real quick. I want to make sure clicking that button actually makes it work. I want to make sure clicking it makes it work for that. Steady boy. Uwu is good. Get him. We do need to, other than the stay hydrated one where you guys just try to waterboard me, okay? Need to come up with some other kind of redeem. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Drink water. Okay, I remember now. The Takumi TTS was specifically the Japanese voice. The regular TTS is not Japanese, though. Because we have a regular TTS. I think somebody used it the other day, but it's not showing up on the redeem thing. So maybe that one was already working for that. Alright, so I think all of those are good for the reward queue. So future ones will not show up in there. Except for stay hydrated. That will show up in the reward queue, okay? I'm going to keep track of how many times you guys try to fucking waterboard me. We'll keep track of it. Okay, stop trying to kill me. What have I ever done to you? Oh, wait. Modify a single emote. Okay, well, that's a redeem that we have now. We have emotes. Use an emote to unlock. You guys already have all of them. Okay, well, there you go. Now you guys can modify a single emote somehow. I don't know what that entails. I don't know how it works. Does it change it for everyone? I don't even know what you could choose for that. Select an emote and modify and unlock for 24 hours. I don't know what that means, but apparently you can do it now. Fuck it. I don't care. Do it. Do whatever you want. Message effects. Gigantify an emote. Wait, but that's bits. I can't do that for, like, points. I don't need to force somebody to pay shit. I don't need somebody to force somebody to pay for shit. Also, okay. And the other thing was to try to get it to show up on the stream in the text thing whenever people do it. So, like, stay hydrated. Is there an option to have it show in the chat on the Streamlabs thing? Are you to enter text? Okay, maybe that's on the stream elements side. Let's check that real quick. I'm just going to check this real quick, and if I can't find the option, we're going to ignore it, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Chat box. Okay. Your stream's chat. Settings. Okay, alright, so it's ignoring stream elements messages. So now, we will just not ignore it, and then it will show it, right? Oh wait, but then we have to tell stream elements itself to say the redeem that just happened, right? We have to tell it to do that, and then it will show it. I believe that's how that will work. I believe. Okay. Stream elements. Chatbot settings. Where do I go for, like, redeems on here? User management, chatbot commands. No. No. Nar. Stream elements, show redeems. Oh, is it under loyalty? Loyalty. Okay, here we go. Viewer queue? For what? Loyalty settings. Okay. What is it? Loyalty enabled. Currency name. Points. Name for your currency. Meme coins. What? How many points should viewers get for watching? Is this just giving you guys, like, stream elements money that we're not using for anything? Is that what this shit is doing? What the fuck is this? Users receive 2 points every 10 minutes. Subscribers receive 6 points every 10 minutes. These are not redeemed like channel points, though. What are these? Oh, leaderboard. Bro, Nightbot has 2K points, okay? Nightbot on that grind. In second place is the Nyan Bacon with 870 points. Holy shit. That's a lot of points. And then Sound Alerts. Why are those two? Why does Nightbot and Sound Alerts get points? Who is Donk7? Is that a bot? It's probably a bot. Most of the top ones are bots. They're just always in the chat. How does Shadow only have like 2 points, though? Why does it say Shadow only has 2 points? You're like one of the only viewers that are like in all my streams, and somehow all these bots have all these points and not you. How's it not giving points to you? How do you only have 2? How does that even work? Points referring to like Stream Elements seems to have its own point system that you can use for things, and I have not used it for things, but you guys are like quietly earning points and you don't realize it. Apparently. Okay, I'm not going to mess around with this. I can't do the thing that I was trying to do. I can't mess with the thing I was trying to do, which was to get it to show when people use redeem commands in the chat. Doesn't look like it'll work with this, so I'll have to come up with another way to do it. So, oh well, fuck it. Alright, I'm not going to mess around with this too long. We're going to close all this shit and we're going to continue. We're going to continue. We got to do the reading. We got to read. Alright. Okay. The first new gen incident, the group dive, among the 5 high schoolers that had leapt to their deaths was a girl named Kusunoki Miya.
まあそんな緊張しなさんな。君を取り調べようなんて思っちゃねえんだ。雑談程度に思ってよ。
Yeah, we're just having a nice old chat.
本題に入る前にちょっと聞いていいかい？
But just one more thing.
ゆあちゃんは妹さんが亡くなったことについてどう思う？
ちょっとバンちゃん。
あ、悪いね。職業病ってやつか。
Comes with the territory.
気を使うような言い方できなくってな。ただ気になってたんだ。捜査本部でも話題になってたんだが、楠木美也さんの遺族は奇妙だって。
ばんちゃん。
いえ、いいんです。
Banchan, what are you doing? Before Momose could rise to her feet over Bon's insensitive comment, Yua stopped her.
私もおかしいって思いますから。
Something is fucking wrong with my family. I don't know what. What about you? There's nothing wrong with you?
集団ライブで飛び降りた5人には自殺する理由なんてなかった。
Yeah?
家族よ。だが、ミヤさんの家族だけは違った。
Bon took his fan out from his belt and began cooling himself.
何も主張しなかった。あっさり受け入れたって聞いてる。あまりに何も言わなさすぎて奇妙だったってな。なんでだい？
お父さんもお母さんもミヤちゃんが死んでからおかしくなっちゃったんです。
Anguish seeped from Yua's voice.
最初はミヤちゃんの事件の知らせを受けた日はそれでも泣いていたんです。お父さんもお母さんもとても辛そうでした。でも次の日の朝、なぜか2人は 楽しそうに笑っていたんです。みやちゃんが死ぬ前と全く同じに戻ってたんです。たった1日で。私、わけがわからなくて、2人はみやちゃんのこと忘れようとしてるんじゃないかって思って。そうしたらお父さんが笑いながら、
What did he say?
お前に妹なんていないよって。
What? Well, I mean, not anymore you don't, but what is that kind of comment?
みやちゃんが残した洋服とか靴とかを見せても全然取り合ってくれないんです。
What? What?
それはお前のために予備で買ってあったものだって。
What? What do you mean?
そうやってお父さんたちはニュースからも警察の話からも目を背けて、
Do we have like family photos?
記憶からみやちゃんのことを消し去ろうとしてるんです。
Bro, hardcore denial over here.
つまり双
Or
子
the
じゃなかったこ
satellites,
と
one or
に。
the other.
それで警察にもうちは一人っ子だって言って追い返してたわけか。
私とみやちゃんは一卵性で見た目は瓜二つなんですけど、あの子は、妹は親から嫌われていました。
Jeez.
あの子はいつも
First
自分
chance
の
he
気
got-
持ちを押し殺して私のことを一番に考えてくれていたんです。
Okay. As you spoke, memories from when Mia had still been alive resurfaced in her mind. First came a memory from when the two had still been in elementary school. One day, some relatives had brought the girls a single large teddy bear as a present. In contrast to the raw joy Yua displayed, Mia insisted that she did not like stuffed animals and proceeded to not even so much as look the plush's way. It was just like finding Cinderella all over again. Why does nobody want the plushie? Why does nobody want the plushie? Both the relatives and parents were upset with Mia for not acting as a child should. But despite Mia's protesting, Yua whispered to her that the two of them could share it, that it could be something that they could both treasure. However, in response to her sister's kindness, Mia simply said she did not want it, and that Yua could have it. About a month later, when Yua had grown tired of the teddy bear, she woke up in the night and happened to witness a certain scene. Oh, look at that. Look at that. With an incredibly joyful look on her face, Mia was hugging and talking to the teddy bear plushie. That was the first time Yua had ever seen her sister so happy. Who was it? Oh, this is Mia, right? Yeah, okay. And from this, she realized that her sister's insistence about disliking stuffed animals had been a lie. Mia had been keeping her own feelings hidden, all for the sake of her older sister. The next day, Yua found a lovely drawing of a bear beneath Mia's pillow. Until her sister had grown tired of the teddy bear, Mia had been hugging and sleeping with the drawing in lieu of it. Things very similar to this happened again and again over all the 18 years they spent together. For their birthday celebrations, Yua always blew out the candles on the cake, but when Mia was prompted to do so, she would say, "I refuse to do something so ridiculous," angering her parents. Yua advanced to the private high school Suimei Academy. Mia, meanwhile, had been misbehaving at school, deliberately scoring low on exams, and therefore moved on to a public high school. Due to the exorbitant fees, their parents would have only been able to afford to send one of them to private school, so only Yua got to go. No matter how hard Yua tried to let her sister have something, Mia would always gain the upper hand and force Yua to be prioritized. To achieve this end, she even intentionally took a dislikable attitude.
私は結局みやちゃんの優しさに甘えて今まで自分だけいい思いをしてきました。
Wait, hold on. Okay, so just Mia was doing everything so that Yua could have a good life. For some reason. We're just pushing her. I mean, no, it's not for some reasons. It's because she likes her sister and wants her to have a good. But what about you? You don't gotta intentionally like do shit like scoring low and shit. We got a comment on YouTube just now. My problem with the 86 video. I'm trying to see. Okay. Just watched this for the first time after all the hype. I honestly don't get why people call it a masterpiece. True, it was alright. True! There is several media that explores the same ideas before and handled with more nuance. Exactly. True. See, you get it. You get it. Bro, I got so many 86 bros ass mad at me about that video when I put it out there. And then after the dust settled with that show fading from people's, like, not being currently airing anymore. Bro, all the comments again on that now are people saying, yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's true. Why the fuck are people watching? True. What can I say? What can I say? I speak the truth, and people are upset at the time, and then they come to realize I was right all along later. What can I say? To the very end, I mistook Mia-chan's kindness. Before now, I only ever thought of myself.
ミヤちゃんがいなくなって初めてもっとあの子のために何かできることがあったはずだってすごく後悔して私が代わりに死んであげればよかったしかも挙句に親に存在そのものを忘れられてしまうなんてこんなのあんまりですあんまりにも
Yua, having now reached her limit, could no longer squeeze out any more words. She took off her glasses, pressed her fingers against the corners of her eyes, and broke down in tears. Momose sat down beside her and gently rubbed her back.
それでユアちゃんは一人で事件のことを調べていたらしいの。ミヤちゃんに一体何があったのか知るためにね。
そりゃ大変だったろう。
そして一人の人物を突き止めた。
Who would that be?
Huh?
It's me. It's me. It's me. I'm the individual. As Momose held Yua's shoulder, she turned her eyes towards Bon.
西條匠くんよ。
Who's that?
なるほどね。
なるほどね. Stroking the stubble on his chin, Bon leaned forward from the sofa. Hold on 1 second. I must make sure things are working proper. Okay, we're good.
いつだったか西条と追跡劇をしてたっていう女子高生の話を所轄のデカから聞いたんだが、もしかしてユアちゃんだったりする？
Yua nodded apologetically.
興味あるな。詳しく聞かせてもおうと思ったけどちょっとごめんよ。
With a strained smile, Bon lightly bowed his head to Yua and Momose. His words had been interrupted by the cell phone in his suit pocket. He swiftly took out the phone and checked the screen. Sua's name was displayed across it.
もしもし、どうした？
What you need, kid? What you got?
先輩、7番目っす。
The seventh?
なんだと？
The seventh victim? What'd you just say? Sua's voice sounded strained. Sounds of investigators frantically scurrying about could be heard through the phone. Sua must have been at the investigation headquarters.
ニュージェネ第7の事件が起きたんすよ。
Uh-oh. Bon's eyes opened wide and his expression turned bitter as his teeth sank into his lip. Sensing the seriousness of the situation from his behavior, Momose and Yua watched the detective with unease.
外車は3人、友人同士らしいっす。
3 Vicks.
3人とも胴体から体が切断されてて、
Sliced in half at the torso.
それぞれの上半身と下半身を別々に入れ替えて手ぐす、釣りとっすね。それで縫い付けられてたっす。
Hold on 1 second. Okay. Their upper and lower halves were then swapped around, and then using synthetic fiber, well, fish lining, to be specific, the mismatched halves were sewn together? Okay, so somebody, like, did some funky artwork with their other halves? Wait, so did they swap them between the different bodies? So one person has other people's legs, or is it like there's like two upper halves sewn together
それと
and two legs sewn
それぞ
together?
れ Q、T、L って読める傷だ。
Oh no, not the DNQs or DQNs. DQNs. It's the DQNs.
何かのメッセージか。
さあ、そこまでは。それと気になることが。司法解剖の結果分かったんですけど、外車の胴体の切断部はノコギリとか包丁とかそういう刃物で切断されたものじゃないって。
What do we think they were split by?
どういう意味だ。
なんか強い力で引きちぎられたそうっす。
引きちぎられた。
Bond repeated Sua's words back to him with a low groan, and roughly scratched his head with the handle of his fan. Hold on, I want to fix something that's always been happening with my Twitch stream, okay? Twitch always gets mad at me, saying that the stability, okay, it's unstable, okay? Let me attempt to fix this with a real quick life hack here, alright? Real quick life hack, real quick. You ready for this? Okay. Boom. Life hack. We went from streaming at 6,000 bits to 5,900 bits. See if that helps. See if that helps. See if that helps. Because if I do the inspector meme that they want you to do, Twitch server JFK. Am I supposed to be streaming to that one? Yeah, the other ones are fine. Wait. Unstable events, 0. It says we have 0, but it's been telling me the whole time that we're unstable. Average stream bitrate too high. Well, what is it supposed to be? Broadcasting guidelines. What do you want me to put it to? I put it to 6,000 and you get angry at me. Is it the audio? Wouldn't be the audio. Maximum audio bitrate. 160 kilobits per second. That's not it, right? Let's see. Settings. Output. Audio. Yeah, it's all 160. They're all set to 160. So that's not it. It's on CBR, so it's constant, right? Supposed to be. Recommended bitrate. Oh, that's for audio. Video quality. Where's the bitrate stuff? Here we go. NVIDIA. Okay. 6,000 CBR, 60 FPS, 2 key intervals, preset quality. Yeah, that's what it is. What the fuck's your problem? The fuck is your problem? Why do you have to be mid? Why do you have to be mid? It's only a game. Settings. Okay, we're gonna lower the bitrate a shit ton real quick as a test, okay? Welcome to 3,000 kilobits per second, okay? Welcome to low quality memes. Alright. Average stream bitrate too high? Don't worry, we are low quality now. Super low quality. Well, not super duper, but... Okay, where is it? Okay. The inspector sees the dip. The stream manager does not see the dip yet. But the inspector sees that we have dipped. Okay, when I refresh it says excellent. Is quality actually okay? Is quality actually okay? I mean, it's not... It can be better. Okay. Now we bump it back up. Bump it back up. Let's do 5,000. 5,000 kilobits per second. We're back to 5,000. Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. We are testing 1, 2, 3. 5,000 kilobits per second. The thing does not see it yet. Okay, now this sees it. It's at 5,000 kilobits. And when I refresh this... Okay. It recognizes it at 5,000 kilobits. It says it's good. Okay, we'll do the rest of the stream at 5,000 kilobits. Okay, we'll do it like that. We'll do it like that. Because I'm tired of having it keep saying unstable, being angry at me. I don't know if that does anything. I hope it doesn't. Anyways, okay. Bond repeated to his words back to him with a low groan, and then roughly scratched his head with the handle of his fan. What? One of those wizards? There are popular wizards nowadays? Sir, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean wizards, sir? It's just a comparison. Get back to investigating. After barking the order to Sua, Bon ended the call. Okay. Alright. I'm going to stop tabbing out. I'm going to stop tabbing out of the game. I'm going to stop getting distracted, okay? Before we add in a distracted counter, alright? I'm going to stop getting distracted before we have to do that, okay? Now that it was November, I had a feeling that the sun was already setting much earlier than before. By the time Remy and I had started heading home together after school, a faint orange was already staining the sky. Despite being silent up until now, Remy abruptly apologized. It was the first time I'd gone home with Remy in a while. I was genuinely really happy that she'd come back. She'd even been the one to initiate it, saying, "Let's walk home together." Since we'd only gone home together no more than twice, I'd secretly been worried that it would never happen again. However, that turned out to not be the case. Yeah, you should be. You promised. You promised. Oh, wait. She was with Ayase, right? Oh, wait, no, but then we saw a scene with her with Shogun, so... Don't trust her lies, Takumi. Don't trust her lies. Even though I hadn't asked, Remy was kind enough to explain herself to me. Though to be frank, almost all of Remy's words were going in one ear and out the other. The bandage I'd seen on Nanami's wrist at lunch break. It had been burned into my eyes and refused to go away. That's one emotion that I might be experiencing. There's a lot of them going on right now. In the end, I had failed to say anything to Nanami. I'd been too scared. Even though Nanami was my little sister. Even though I was Nanami's older brother. Something had just felt unbelievably strange, and I had no idea what it was. The nurse had said that Nanami had no injuries. That hand that Shogun had delivered to my base had disappeared from the fridge without trace. It all had to have been a delusion. But, if that was true, why had Nanami's right wrist been wrapped in a bandage? Well, Takumi, you could have just asked. You could ask her. Though it was possible that I was just overthinking it, and that she'd just gotten burned or stung by something, or got some other stupid minor injury that didn't matter at all. Yeah, that was probably it. That was the most logical answer. But even now, I was still too scared to check. Even after failing to save her, I was still just pacing around doing nothing, not even trying to talk to her, my very own sister. I really was the worst brother ever. Oi, moshi mosh. I looked over at Remy, who seemed weirdly disheartened. Girl, there's a whole period of time where I wasn't even registering that you existed, so I think this is the least of our worries. After hesitating for a second, I nodded, and the moment I did, Remy jabbed my cheek with her forefinger.
石てっきり無視されたかと思ったよ。紛らわしいことしない。
Ow, you just jabbed your nail into my cheek.
あ、大丈夫？
No, I'm dying. Remy finally stopped poking me. Now came those words I heard so often from her. Words of worry and concern. Words that I'd heard from Remy again and again.
お昼ぐらいから顔色良くないよ。元気もないみたいだし。もしかして誰かにひどいこと言われた？
Yes, many people were mean to me. It's fucked up.
だったら私に教えて。怒ってきてあげるから。
She was acting like an older sister, or a guardian even. Remy was just a hopeless meddler. Well, that had been obvious from the moment she'd given an otaku freak like me the time of day. I was grateful to her for being worried about me. Before now, I'd either bottled up my worries deep inside, or posted them anonymously on the channel. Should I tell her about what happened with Nanami? But when I told her about the D-sword that one time, she hadn't believed me at all. Then again, that would be the natural response from anyone sane. So if I were to tell her about Nanami, she'd probably either A, be speechless, or B, just laugh in my face. And if that was true, there was really no point in telling her. All I needed was for her to stay by my side. It would be better to bring the topic up with Kozupi or Senna instead. Kozupi.
相変わらず汚いね。
Listen, it happens. I'm doing my best. I'm doing what I can. There was a hand here before, now there's not. That's improvement, right? Mere moments after stepping foot into my base, Remy muttered that in exasperation. And yet, paradoxically, she seemed to be smiling happily as well. Weird.
変わってないな。この部屋の汚さがまさにタクって感じ。
If you're gonna be like that, then just clean it. Be my guest. With a sigh, I turned on my PC.
ちょっとちょっと。帰ってくるなりパソコン？友達が来てるんだから少しはおもてなししてあげようっていう気持ちにはならないのかな。ねえ、お話ししようよ。
I'm busy gaming. I'm busy gaming. Okay, alright. I can already see where this is gonna go. Okay, if I do positive, we end up fucking. If I do negative, I end up dying, or she ends up dying. Something horrific happens, okay? I can already see one of those two things are probably going to be the case. Now, after hearing of such an unreasonable demand, Remy sat down on the sofa. Okay, what do we do? Positive, negative, what do we do? What do we do here? What do we do? What do we do? I get kind of bored with the negative ones, because it's usually just someone dies. It's usually that. The positive ones, though, they can be, like, fun or weird or whatever, but they can also be, like, weird and they can also be, like, rapey. And I'm just like, I don't know what's going on with that. So, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, here's what we're going to do for the first one, and then we're going to alternate afterwards. Okay, for the first one, we gotta do, like, a randomizer or something. Do I have, like, a die somewhere? I do have a dice. Okay. I have a dice. It's an even number, we're going to do positive. Negative, or even is positive, negative, odd is negative. That's what we're going to do. Okay, it's odd, so we do negative. Okay, that's what the dice said. It was a 5. It was odd. Alright, if I tried to have a one-on-one conversation with 3D girl, it would be over in seconds. As much as I'd gotten used to talking with Remy, since I'd had a lot more chances to do so recently, I still doubted I'd even last 5 minutes. Moreover, my head was already fully occupied with the stuff about Nanami, so I very much didn't feel up for a casual conversation. And so I resorted to just ignoring her. Sat down in my chair, all while remaining painfully aware of my own worthlessness. Locked in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
ああ、そうですか。そういう態度なら私 帰る。勝手にすれば。
Sure, I will. Wait. What are these images we have on our desktop now? Arrow.jpg? Oh, I wonder what that is. Epic find still. Miku. Miku.mp3. Sekai. I sensed Remy stand up behind me. When I turned around in surprise, she was already heading toward the door. I hurriedly called out to stop her, but I was too flustered to get the words out. Right then, Remy stopped and looked over her shoulder.
妹さんのこと、心配。
どうしてそれを
I hadn't spoken a single word to her about Nanami.
独り言、ブツブツ言ってたから。ねえ、私と妹さん、どっちが大事？
Bro, you can't ask someone that, okay, and expect the answer to work out well for you. You can't be doing that. Oh god, the world's worst question to ever get asked for a win. Or fuck the world. I don't know. There were women out there who just loved asking nasty questions like that, even though there was no way you could possibly answer them. I mean, you can. It's pretty easy to answer, actually. It was like they reveled in completely disregarding the other person's feelings. They only thought of themselves. I never expected to hear those words in real life. This was exactly what made 3D girls so repulsive. So in the end, Remy was just another one of those girls that thought like that, huh? No actual brain cells in there to think any other way? To put it bluntly, I was disappointed. I was a fool for thinking I could trust her. I'd always known 3D was no match for 2D. It was time I gave up on hanging out with Remy for good. Having lost every ounce of interest I had in Remy all at once, I let out an exasperated sigh. I couldn't be bothered trying to stop her from leaving. Really, I wanted her to leave as soon as possible. And yet, Remy then went on to do something completely unexpected. She killed me.
答えて。私か、妹さんか、どっちか選んで。
Suddenly, she took out something resembling a fruit knife from her bag, and then thrust it towards her own wrist. No, whoa, let's not do that. I was completely dumbfounded. I started trembling in terror.
私を選んで。
Whoa.
私だけを見て。
Whoa, yandere, Remy. What is this? Was she threatening me? Had this been her true nature all along? Could it be that she'd been some fucking insane mental case the entire time? I mean, that's, yeah.
お願い。私を見てよ。
Okay, let's calm down. Let's calm down, Remy. We're so in. No, we're too far in. We're too far in, okay? This is too far in. We need to get out.
僕だけを見てくれてないじゃないか
Let's not do this. In the heat of the moment, I'd given a serious non-shitpost response. I just gave a non-shitpost response. I didn't know what else to say. Even though everyone knew you shouldn't go along with the stuff psychopaths said, especially if it was a threat, I'd regretted it the moment it came out of my mouth, but it was too late.
見てるよ。
Oh, I'm now realizing the chat also blocks some of the text if it goes down long. Okay, I gotta fix everything, but I'll do that later. I very much do. Marina's voice was ice cold. Her eyes were bloodshot. She carved her lips into a cruel smile. Actually, I think I can technically fix this right now. Hold on, I'll fix this. Here's what you do. Here's what you do, very simply. It's gonna look like shit when I do it, but we can do it. Here's what you do. You take Chaos Head, you put it above this. Boom. Does it look great? No. Does it solve the problem of chat blocking that? Yeah. Yeah, it does. Not well, but it does, so. Her eyes are bloodshot, curved her lips into a cruel smile.
だから、邪魔者は排除するの。あなたの妹をさらったのも
What?
私だし。
I knew it. We were right all along. You're kidding.
タクに選んでもらうためなら、私、
No.
こんなことだって。
Please don't do what I think you're about to do. Don't do what I think you're about to do. And then Remy pressed the knife against her. No.
やめろ
God, I hate that kind of shit. I don't... Oh, God. It's not even showing... Oh, God. That's a lot. That's a lot of... okay. Okay. Bro, knives get me nervous as fuck, okay? Knives get... Like, when they do it... Like, people cutting themselves or whatever. No. I can't handle that shit. It's not... No. No. We should have done the positive. We should have done positive. We would have ended up doing some etchy shit, sure. But, goddamn, I hate the dice. The dice give me a 5, and I say we were... For odd, we were doing negative. This is what I get. We get the shit I don't like. It's not good. When I came back to my senses, I was looking at the monitor. And I'd heard Remy's inquisitive voice come from behind me. I hurriedly turned around only to see her still sitting on the sofa. She was holding a manga in her hand. And was giving me a puzzled look.
Taku, 顔色悪いけど、どうかしたの?
Not at all. What, had that all been a delusion? God, that was so fucked up. Yeah.
メールだよ、ボケナス。
Thanks, Saratan.
今の何?
Are you just in no delusion, not gamble? But then literally nothing happens. That's no fun. That's no fun. That's no fun. What do you want us to do? Just sit in our shipping container and have nothing happen all day? Bro, that sounds like a boring life.
Yeah.
It's nothing. It's just my Saratan. Wait a second. Remy had just heard my Saratan notification tone. Oh God, how embarrassing. Oh God, how cringe. Fuck, it's over for us. When I opened my email software, I saw about 3 messages from Grimm telling me to join the chat room. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't really chatted with Grimm recently. We'd used to talk online pretty much every day. Ever since I'd been refraining from playing ESO, it'd been around 10 days since we last talked. Okay, I'm in. Oh, hold on. Shadow, don't gamble. Chap. Then what are we supposed to do in the casino? True! What's the point? Yo. Hey, Nightheart-kun. I've been waiting for you. Because there's another nude gen? You mean new gen, right? We just gotta think about it too. ASCII art. Oh, it's about the little pig emoji he drew. A picture drawn from an online... Oh, you're not going to see the numbers in the corner anymore because of my camera here, but this is number 4, okay? Actually, you can see the number on the left, so that's fine. A picture drawn from an online forum using only the characters and symbols included in the ASCII art set. Also known as text-based art. Oh, my camera also blocks parts of it. Bro, I'm going to lose my mind trying to figure out the correct way to place my camera or whatever to balance things without making things too small. I'm going to lose my mind doing it. Okay, we understand what ASCII art is, okay? What are you even on about? Insert ASCII art here. New gen, dude. What the fuck do you think I'm on about? How exactly did we go from new gen to nude gen? New generation, new gen, nude gen. Come on, that shit's obvious. Use some common sense for fuck's sake. More importantly, there's a 7th case!
どうしたの?
Likely having noticed my gasp, Remy stood up and walked over to me. She peeked over my shoulder at the monitor.
第7の事件.
It happened again. Another new gen. How long was this damn thing gonna go on for? Was I next? Would I be the victim in the 8th case? The 9th?
タク、気にすることないよ。何も怖いことなんてない。タクは狙われたりなんかしない。
It sounds like the cops are going after me, Remy.
全部タクの被害妄想。
I don't think I'm just being paranoid. I think this is gaslighting. I think you're in on it. I think you're one of them. I think that's what this is. That was completely baseless encouragement. You can't calm me down with such weak sauce shit, Remy. Anxiety aside, Grimm was pretty much the new gen news guy at this moment. He'd been keeping me in the loop about basically everything. Even now he was going out of his way to link a bunch of blog posts and news articles about it. Seemed like he really wanted me to take a look. Which, by the way, again, I think, judging by the website with the chat thing, literally anybody could type any person's name in there, and they are now that person. It doesn't sound like you have accounts on this. So it sounds like literally anybody at any point could pretend to be Grimm on this website, by the way. I'm just saying. Biting my lip, I reluctantly clicked the first link. 7 new gen case dubbed the DQN puzzle. We know that term. On November 4th, at approximately 4:50 a.m., the dead bodies of 3 men were discovered hanging from an iron pole near a railroad in Shibuya, Tokyo. The deceased have been identified as 19-year-old Fujita Kohei, unemployed, 20-year-old Anzawa Saburo, a college student, and 19-year-old Takagi Ryo, a construction worker. According to the police, the bodies were discovered severed in half at the waist, but the wounds do not indicate the use of any sharp weaponry. Furthermore, the bottom halves of each of the bodies were interchanged with another, forming new combinations which were tightly sewn back together with thread. Carved into each body were the letters D, Q, N, respectively. The police are investigating the possibility that this may be a message left behind by the culprit. Oh, that's an easier way to read it, thanks. On the popular anonymous online message board, @channel, images of the incident were leaked prior to the official coverage of the events. It has already been accepted as the 7th case of the New Generation Madness, aka New Gen, and it was christened the DQN puzzle due to the manner in which the top and bottom halves of the corpses were recombined. Notably on @channel, the term DQN means an individual lacking basic common sense. Regarding the serial New Gen cases, the mourning families of the victims have been taking legal action against some particularly offensive posts on @channel, a move which has sparked fierce debate online. Mostly on @channel, I'm assuming. Related articles. Interview with Yuri Brightman. 1,000 calls about Esper Boy flood in overnight. That was me. That was my cringe moment. His body was glowing? Mysterious eyewitness testimony you won't see on TV. Japan's fake Esper Boy tops Mewtwo viewership ranking. Am I just that popular? Okay, here we go. New Gen, 3 bisected corpses in Shibuya. DQN written on foreheads. Name, it is I, Anonymous. Okay. Nude Gen for the win. Is this Grim who's the star of this post? Whose eyes are those eyes? Wait, it says DQN? LMAO? Literally zero connection to the other cases. Police are dumb as fuck. Raffle. Chap, we can't tell Nyan about this. It would break their fragile heart. About Fujita. Listen. Fujita's been sewn together with other bodies. I think that's very Dorohedoro core of this visual novel, actually. I think it's very Dorohedoro core for Fujita to be killed and then sewn with somebody's lower half. I think it's very... Yeah. You try and say it's one of us anti-DQNs? With their lower bodies swapped around and shit, it's like a puzzle. But with corpses. If only I could trade my upper body for some alphas, LMAO. Our Esper Boy Nishijo will sniff out the perp for us anytime now, LOL. Nude Gen News Bearer. So we got 1 group dive, manchild, cruxification, vamp buyer, numbskull, finger food, DQN puzzle. To be continued?
今日午前4時50分ごろ、東京都渋谷区の線路沿いで男性3人の他殺死体が鉄柱に吊り下げられているのを通りかかった新聞販売員の男性が発見しました。警察の調べによりますと、殺されたのはいずれも渋谷区に住む無職藤田康平さん、大学生の安沢三郎さん、とび職の高木亮さんの3人です。3人とも胴体の部分が切断され、それぞれの上半身と下半身が別々に入れ替えられて糸で縫合されていました。3人の額にはそれぞれ謎の傷がつけられており、警察では犯人からのメッセージではないかと見て調べています。渋谷では2ヶ月ほど前から猟奇殺人事件が頻発しており、警察では今回の事件も同一犯による犯行の可能性が高いと見て捜査を続けています。
At the end of the news clip, photographs of the 3 victims were shown. I had seen them. Those faces before. Oh. Was it the dudes that beat us up? It's the dudes that tried to beat us up. It's... Yeah.
あいつらだ。
知ってるの？
昨日僕に絡んできた。
I'd given them my wallet, but they'd kicked my ass anyway. I'd then fallen unconscious, and when I woke up, Kazupi was beside me. The three of them had been collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. I dug my wallet out from my pocket and stared at it intently. When I came to, Kazupi had been carrying it, and she'd given it back to me soon after. Could the person who killed those three be... Was it Kazupi or was it me? It was probably Kazupi. Kazupi seemed like she wanted to start murdering, right? No, definitely not. The last time I'd seen them, they had been beaten to a pulp and covered in blood, but they hadn't been cut in half or anything. Which would mean they'd been killed after Kazupi and I had left. It had to have been Shogun. That wrinkly asshole was trying to provoke me. Damn it, he really was committed to driving me insane. Just how far was he willing to go? I wanted to vomit. I clutched my stomach as it churned in pain. Was I next? Would I be next to die?
終了
A hand reached out from behind me and pushed the power button on the monitor. The screen went pitch black.
落ち着いて
Bro, I'm reading.
気にすることないよ
There is! Did you not see the shit that I was looking at?
ただの偶然だってきっと
What do you mean it was just a coincidence, Remy? There's like been 70 coincidences in the past 3 days! Why was Remy acting so ridiculously optimistic? This couldn't possibly be just a series of coincidences.
それよりお腹空いちゃった
Oh, so you want to go to McDonald's?
ねえ私が行きつけのお店があるんだけどそこにご飯食べに行かない安くて美味しいんだよ私が保証する
Oh, well, if we get the Remy guarantee, then I think we're good to go.
まあお客さんはおじさんが多いから私みたいのが一人で行くのはちょっと恥ずかしいけどねあ、それと駅の中に入らなくちゃいけないんだった渋谷駅の構内にあるからちなみに山手線内回りと外回りのホームどっちにもあるんだけど私は断然内回りの方が好き
What the fuck is the like directions tutorial to get to this restaurant? What is this? Food, huh? I really didn't have much of an appetite right now. It felt like Shogun was holding a knife straight to my throat. Like he was saying, I could kill you whenever I please. Please, just let me go. What I had done to deserve this? I couldn't take it anymore. Why you gotta do all this shit to me? Oh. ISA, your sword's just kind of leaning up on the window. Kishimoto ISA was lying in a hospital bed, idly gazing out the window. No bars line the outside of it, a fact which set it apart from those at Arkheart Medical, where ISA had stayed in the past. All that stood past the window's frame was the landscape of Shinjuku, decorated by skyscrapers and illuminated by the sunset. Flocks of pigeons soared freely throughout the sky, flapping their wings as to their heart's content. Every now and then she would gaze upon this sight with a pained expression. Her slight tired eyes were empty and bleak, her irises reflected nothing. Her lips, which could let flow a voice so beautiful it shook the youth of Shibuya, were now sealed tight. Not even so much as a hum escaped from them. Following her suicide attempt, an event which caused quite the turmoil, she had been admitted to the psychiatric ward of a large hospital in Yoyogi. Her injuries were already very nearly healed. According to the doctors, it had been nothing short of a miracle that she had been able to survive a fall from that height, let alone with barely even a scratch. However, she had indeed hit her head fairly hard, and as such, she had been rushed to the hospital, primarily so they could see how the situation would develop. It had already been over a week since then. However, despite her having been admitted for such a reason, all it seemed to entail was a few rudimentary tests taken every couple of days or so. Beyond that, she had been rather neglected. Her hospital room was private, with no other beds inside it. Ever since her stay had begun, her D-sword had been leaning against the window. It constantly emitted a blue light, yet nobody who visited her ever seemed to notice. Not that there had been many visitors to begin with. Phantasm fans would attempt to force their way into her room daily, but as they always caused a disturbance in the process, the hospital had an excuse to forbid them from visiting her. and since ISA was somewhat detached from her family, there was almost no others who came to visit her. Her fellow band members had made an appearance once, but ISA used that opportunity to announce her decision for the band to break up. They had not contacted her again since. This is going to be Bon and Sua.
岸
How's
本
the
さ
nurse?
ん、体温計ピピってなりました？
Pee-pee? A nurse wearing white scrubs opened the door to the room, then swiftly entered. ISA slowly turned to look at the nurse's face, then took out the thermometer that had been resting under her arm. It was as if she had only just remembered its presence. The nurse took a look at the recorded temperature shown on the digital screen, then took note of it on the clipboard she had brought with her.
37度1分と。
Is that good or bad?
ちょっと熱っぽいかしら。
Okay, that's bad.
ズキズキするわ。
ISA grimaced in pain once again.
あら、また頭痛？でもそれは薬の副作用よ。気にしなくてもそのうち良くなりますよ。
Having recorded her temperature, the nurse consoled ISA with a kind smile. Her expression was gentle. It was clear to all how she was able to put her patients at ease. And yet, despite the nurse's attempts, ISA simply pushed her hand against her forehead as she shook it back and forth. ISA had been plagued with mild headaches ever since she had first been hospitalized. They were not especially painful, but they still left her with an uncomfortable feeling that refused to go away, one that felt as if her brain itself was convulsing. It even reached the point where her ability to think was impaired. As well as this, her body would feel as heavy as lead. ISA had experienced such symptoms in the past, namely when she had been institutionalized at Ark Heart Medical. Back then, her head had constantly been split apart by painful headaches. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, it deprived her of all sleep and emotional stability. Those were the memories she did not want to resurface, the past she had sealed away, the events of around 2 years ago. And yet her headaches was causing them to flash back into her mind once more. What the fuck were they doing to her there? Jesus Christ! In them, a dark room, its single window locked behind bars. Apart from the wall, what? Is that a dripping sound? Hold on. What is this dripping? What is this? Well, this isn't good. I mean, we gotta take a screenshot for, you know, potential thumbnail memes in the future, okay? But, apart from the wall in which the window stood, the rest of the walls were covered with mirrors. ISA had been placed in the center of the room, sat in the crude steel chair. She was wearing headgear with countless cables protruding from it. Her hands were tied to the back of the chair. Her head was locked in place with her chin tilted slightly upwards. Not another soul was present in the room. Thus, all that could be heard were the sounds of ISA's labored breathing and the metal groans of the chair she sat upon. Let's calm down. Okay, well, I mean, there's nothing really to be calm about here. It looks like they're doing horrific shit to you. But, okay, yeah, maybe it's okay to panic here. Maybe it's actually okay to panic here. Saliva trickled down from the corners of her mouth, accompanied by moans akin to those of a beast's. If anyone were to hear them, they would never have been able to guess that they were coming from a girl as young as her. That's, yeah. Okay. She was being tortured. Slow, methodical torture. One that made very, very little sound. The method only involved one single thing. Not even an action. A drop of water falling from above onto her forehead every 5 seconds on the exact same spot. That was all it took. And it would continue unrelentingly for 2 full days. The result? ISA could think only of the drop that would fall next. Her senses were sharpened to their limits. And each time a drop fell onto her forehead, another hallucination would be born. one in which each and every nerve across her body was plucked out one by one. One in which the bones of her entire skeleton crumbled to dust. One in which her head was pierced by a long, sharp awl. One in which all liquids within her body, including her blood, froze to ice. One in which the skin lining her entire body slowly rotted away before eventually peeling off. Assailed without end by these sensations, Ayase could no longer maintain her sanity. But that was that was then. We're not suffering like that anymore. Okay, we're in a good hospital now. We're in an actual hospital. Returning to her senses, she breathed erratically as she tightly gripped the sheets lining the bed. Her body trembled as those dark memories of hers resurfaced in her mind. The nurse that had been in her room just a moment ago was already gone. Dinner time had just arrived at the hospital, and the clamorous sounds that came from it resounded from down the hall. Ayase tried to recollect the words the nurse had spoken to her right before leaving. Was her headache really just a side effect of the drug she was on? Or had it been caused by her hitting her head, perhaps? Or perhaps it was just a hallucination brought forth by her past memories. She was unable to come to a decisive conclusion. Wiping away the sweat that ran down her forehead, Ayase called forth a smile laced with self-loathing. Yeah, you're good now. You're good. Yeah, don't worry about it. Sure, that's one word for it. Good. Don't let it. Murmuring in perhaps delirium, Ayase soon became aware of a sound reverberating throughout the hall. The comforting sound of shoes stepping on the linoleum floor. It was certainly not being made by a nurse, and the sound of footsteps was heading right for the room she was in. Someone knocked on the door and she sealed her lips tight. Suwa? Yeah, there's our boy! That someone was but a single man, but he had come bringing gifts, namely a large basket filled with all manner of fruits. Why is he so tiny? Why did we show the sprites like this? Make him look like a little tiny man in the room. She could recognize the man, which was far from a good sign. Thus, she stared at him with a dubious glare. Yeah, we know who you are. That man was a detective at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He had once shadowed Ayase, as she was originally a suspect for the New Gen case. The detective, relieved by a response, scratched his head. His demeanor was unendingly casual. I mean, you are pretty little right now, I won't lie to you. The detective moved closer to her bed. Ayase briefly glanced at her D-sword leaning against the window. It lay just outside her reach. Yeah, I don't trust the cops here. Yikes. The detective flinched very overtly, his reaction perhaps bordering on theatrical. The detective smiled innocently, presented the basket he had brought with him, then placed it at Ayase's feet without waiting for approval. What was that? Hold on, I want to hear that again. I do not want it.
綾瀬ちゃんはもう何年も両親に会ってないんだったっすね。
Despite the detective's insensitive remark, Ayase felt nothing in response to it. Her ties to her parents had been cut from a very young age. Her parents had a reputation to uphold. So a child that often caused problems, like Ayase, had been inconvenient to them, to say the least. Her only remaining contact with them was the wire transfer she received for her living expenses each month, though it could hardly be called that.
申し訳ないっす。
The detective apologized, bowing down hastily. Ayase had only just gotten over the shock caused by her flashback, so she was in no mood to speak with him. Nonetheless, she urged herself to talk all the same.
聞きたいことってアリバイ？
違うっすよ。それは前に散々聞いたし。もう綾瀬ちゃんの容疑は晴れたっす。君は白、真っ白。
Oh. Good. Okay. You can leave now.
目星がついたの。犯人の。
それは教えられないんすよ。捜査上の秘密。
Yeah. We thought you were one of the suspects. Why would we just tell you information?
匠。
Well,
秘密っす。
who could say? But if you're saying, then it probably helps us. What I'm trying to say is, Ayase, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to say, shut the fuck up. Stop talking to the cops. Get a lawyer. Call Saul. Stop talking with him. Don't say shit. You're gonna get me in trouble. The detective smirked. He was attempting to laugh the question away. And yet, something unrefined could be seen through the cracks of that smile.
しかし西条くんは不思議な少年っすね。彼を見ていると殺人の容疑者にはとても見えない。もしあれで本当に犯人だったとしたら、まさに人の皮をかぶった悪魔っす。
You think so? I took a couple looks at his face and I thought, yeah, he might lose it and kill people.
まだ容疑者なの。
いや、そういうわけじゃないっすよ。
Nah, not really. It's just all of our evidence points to him. Did you know you have taxes to pay? Constitution says you do. So do I. So call Saul. We have to watch Better Call Saul at some point. We have to start that whole series, okay? The detective casually denied it with a smile, putting Ayase's persistent questions to rest.
ああ、今の話、誰にも言っちゃダメっすからね。情報漏洩すると上司に怒られるんすよ。まあ当然なんすけど、この前も先輩のとばっちりで怒られたばっかで、綾瀬ちゃんも一度会ってると思うんすけど、覚えてるかな。バンさんっていう髪がボサボサで不精ひげ生やしたおっさんで。
Ayase did remember him. When she had been questioned, the older detective had been even more talkative than the younger one she was conversing with now. His way of speaking had been a lot more assertive as well.
あの人がすぐこのバカってどうなるんすよ。そのくせ自分は本来の捜査をせずに、なんだかわけのわからないことばっか調べてて、挙句の果てに自分まで無理やり付き合わされて、最近胃が痛いんすよね。いやまあ根はいい人っすし、勘が異常に鋭い人で、過去にも難事件をいくつか解決に導いたらしいんすけどね。
その話をするためここに来たのは。
Ayase interrupted the man, and his smile quickly soured.
ああ、いや申し訳ないっす。つい愚痴入っちゃったっすね。今の話は全面的に内緒にしてほしいっす。諏訪守、一生のお願いっすよ。
それで
一つ目はなんであんなことを？
Yeah, why'd you do it? Despite his ambiguous phrasing, Ayase could tell he was referring to her diving off the school rooftop.
もう何度も話したわ。他のは。
邪神王グラジオールの復活を阻止するためですか？
I mean, yeah. Wouldn't you? If the wicked-hearted King Gladiol is coming back, you gotta do something to stop him.
死ぬつもりなんてなかった。魂を一つ上のステージに持っていこうとしただけよ。
Some people interpret that as wanting to die.
例の若者の間で話題になった君の歌についても似たようなこと言ってたっすよね。
And that was the second question he had for her. ISA let out a faint sigh.
ニュージェネのことを歌ったものなんかじゃないわ、あの詩は。グラジオール記目視録詩編のインスピレーションを受けて作った第3章102節よ。
Gladial Book of Psalms and Revelation. Fictional, a high fantasy novel based on the Eastern European myth of Gladial, the wicked-hearted king. With the saga in its entirety being told over the course of 23 volumes, it depicts the battle between the 7 Black Knights and Gladial. It was written by R.C.O. Ziegler from 1929 to 1951. The series has been translated to several languages, but it never gained widespread appeal due to its rather esoteric writing style. Ziegler's other works related to the Gladial mythos include the Gladial Book of Kings and Wicked Hearts, Apostolic Letter, and more. All of these works are collectively referred to as the Gladial Saga.
世界に邪神王グラジオールが現れようとしている。復活を阻止するにはグラジオールが流した黒い血によって作られた7つの杭が必要。
Bro, she's out here just reading Chuny fantasy books and then becoming Chuny. Is that what this is?
杭は剣へと形を変え、神罰を乗り越えた7人の黒騎士の手に渡る。
The 7 Black Knights who withstood divine punishment and stuff. Well, she has one of the swords. So you have her, Senna, Cause of P. We're gonna assume Takumi counts as one. And then you get, let's assume Rimi also has one, so that's 5. The 2 others, Yua probably will get one, and Nanami, and so then that'll be 7. If it's all those girls in Takumi, I guess. Maybe?
目には目を、歯には歯を。
If we assume Nanami gets one, I don't know. If we're looking at the main characters that seem to be relevant, they're not the cops. Unless Shogun has a sword. Oh. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth.
邪神を背負うし人間だけが邪神王を滅ぼせるの。
なんか映画みたいっすね。そういう壮大な設定は好きっす。
Epic. Why is it not advancing? Hello? It's not. Okay, hold on one second. Why is it not advancing? Hold on. Okay. Alright, back to the grind. ISA glared at the detective in response to this comment.
設定じゃないわ。現実よ。
It's reality!
じゃあ最後の質問っす。
Yeah, what's your question? The detective casually brushed away Isa's objection, though she was all too used to this form of dismissal by now. Not a single person she had told the story to thus far had believed it.
君や西条くんの他にも水明の生徒について何人か洗ったんすけどね。
The detective mumbled to himself as he folded his arms. This was very obviously another act of theatrics, and ISA had no intention of commenting on it. Everyone has lost their marbles. God damn, every single person in this game losing it, except for Sua. Sua's got it together, okay? Sua's fine. What is it?
すごくバカバカしい質問なんすけど。
Yeah?
刑事が質問するようなことじゃないんすよね、本当は。
Okay.
子供じみてるっていうか。
Just ask.
そう。質問する気がないなら出て行って。
Yeah, get the fuck out.
頭が痛いの。
ああ、いや、実はね、バンさんが妙なことを言い出してるんすよ。君たちは魔法使いなんじゃないかって。
Wizards? Upon hearing that the subject of that remark was plural, Ayase raised her eyebrows in suspicion.
違いますよね。
使えるわ。
She confirmed it. As she replied, Ayase's line of sight was directed not toward the man, but toward her hand that lay atop her bed sheets.
綾瀬ちゃんって面白い子っすね。
でもニュージェネはグラジオールの騎士とは無関係。
Yeah, that's just a serial killer. We got nothing to do with that.
ああ、そうっすか。
Ah, makes sense.
まあどうでもいいんすけどね。
The detective, completely disinterested in what Ayase had just said, brushed off her words once again, then began to stretch. The moment he did so, a digital sound suddenly cut through the silence of the room. The detective, surprised by this interruption, reached into the pockets of his suit and took out his cell phone. Bro, this is like some RuneScape music. Bro, this dude plays ESO. This dude plays ESO. He's grim. He's gonna be grim, isn't he?
まずった。病院って携帯禁止なんすよね。電源オフにしておくの忘れてた。うわ、しかも女からだし。
A certain girl's calling me.
付き合って4年になるラブラブの彼女がいるんすよ。
Oh? He turned his phone off with a grin, forcing the caller to hang up. He then turned to Ayase once more.
綾瀬ちゃんは映画見るっすか？スパークウォーズって知らない？それに出てくるダーススパイダー伯爵
No,
のテーマなんす。
wait, that's Count Darth Spider? Uh-oh. Oh no. Suwa, is it you? Suwa. Don't tell me you're Shogun. Suwa. Surely it can't be Suwa. Surely Count Darth Spider is just popular, right? Surely. It's just a coincidence. On top of the many others. I say no interest in movies, nor anything of the sort. Having long since decided that she had no obligation to further entertain the detective's questioning, she returned to gazing silently outside the window.
実は自分スパークウォーズオタクなんすよ。
Okay, otaku.
あ、興味ないっすか？そりゃ失礼したっす。
Yeah.
じゃ、自分はこれで。
You can get out. Wizards, EM waves, things that only some people can see. Things are sounding more and more like Mega Man Star Force by the minute. Shadow just sit there being like, how can I make this about Mega Man? We can find a way. We can find a way to do it. With that, the detective concluded the conversation with which he had no partner. Then left the hospital room. Ayase did not even turn around to watch him go. With the man gone, all that reflected in her eyes was the twilight sky slowly turning indigo. Whoa. What is all this? Saratan!
ボケナスずっと待ってた。あなたのことなんか大嫌い。
Me?
でも大好き。
Me? Are we watching the newest episode? Bloodtoon was crazy good this week. I stared in daze at Saratan. I stared in daze at Saratan as she moved around the monitor. The final episode of Bloodtoon had aired deep into last night. The story was gradually getting more and more intense, and the ep had received particularly high praise on that channel. This was the third time I'd seen it, but none of it was really sticking with me. I checked the time and saw that it was past 10 p.m. Remy had left around 8. While she had been here, she'd encouraged my depressed self in many ways, and she'd said so many nice things to me. Thanks to her being by my side, I felt less lonely today than the entire week prior. That being said, Remy still wasn't taking the situation all that seriously. Felt almost like she was avoiding talking about New Gen entirely. Maybe she was done with it. With me. Her friend had been hurt in the earthquake, and it sounded like she already had a lot on her plate with just that. She probably just didn't have any room left to bother with me and my problems. But the issue with that was, while yes, I was probably way too paranoid, there was no doubt that this was a genuinely dangerous situation. I could be killed today, even. Shogun had been coming after me all this time. Persistent didn't even begin to cover it. If I could just understand what he was doing or why he was doing it, then I could work out some countermeasures.
そういえば、あのおじさん、別れ際にこんなこと言ってたのら。中でも一番特別なのは、その目、誰の目
That's
と
me.
産み落とした少年。
I'm special. Whose eyes are those eyes? I could hear those words all over Shibuya by now. On the net, it had become synonymous with the culprit. It was a phrase I'd used pretty often for a really long time. It was without a doubt a message from Shogun, who knew that. Either that, or an intentional way of provoking me. When had I first started using that phrase? It felt like someone had taught me. It felt like someone had taught it to me. I vaguely remember the first time I'd used it. It was an essay I'd written back in elementary school. The title was that very same phrase, whose eyes are those eyes? I'd almost completely forgotten what I'd actually written in it. I wanted to check now. What had I written in that essay? It was probably stored in my parents' place. Though I had a feeling they might have thrown the old thing away by now. Then again, when it came to things that were pretty important to me as a kid, I did have a habit of storing them in a big empty candy tin I'd used to call my treasure box. The essay could potentially have been in there. What to do? Should I go to my parents? But I didn't want to show my face to Nanami. I wouldn't know what to say.
僕はどうしようもなくヘタレだ。
Truly useless. I sluggishly rose from my seat and collapsed onto the sofa.
あなた、なんでここにいんの？これは違うんだからね。私は別にさ、立ち食いそばが好物なわけじゃないさ。何ニヤニヤしてんの？
You big dumb dumb.
もう怒った。うなれ、
Samurai condenser! Lying face up, I gazed at the ceiling while ignoring Sarah's protesting. That dreary, bare steel ceiling. Unlike my room at my parents' house, there wasn't a single groove in the ceiling that looked like a person's face. Suddenly, in the corner of my vision, I noticed a familiar tin sitting by the Arrowgate packages piled up on my loft bed.
あれって
Did we just make the treasure box appear? I hurriedly stood up and climbed the ladder to get a closer look. It was a reddish-brown rectangular tin, about the size of a B5 piece of paper. The word shortbread was written on the lid in white letters. There was no mistake in it. It was my treasure box. I must have brought it from my parents' place. Though I definitely didn't remember doing so. Good job, me. Always thinking ahead. I quickly grabbed the tin and opened the lid. Inside were a few test answer sheets, essays, scraps of paper torn out from sketchbooks, and so on. It was mostly all paper, but there were still a couple small objects in there. I took all the pages from the tin at once, then began flipping through them for my target. It didn't take long to find. After all, it was at the very top. Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes by Nishijo Takumi, Class 4-3. The essay paper had faded in color. The handwriting, not even a mother could call it good. Could this essay be hiding some kind of important secret? Something Shogun was particularly exploiting? Something that had to do with why the homeless man had referred to me as the most special? With a gulp, I began to read it one word at a time, being careful not to overlook anything. Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes? Nishijo Takumi, Class 4-3. I dream a lot. In my dreams, older me visits me in a time machine. He doesn't look like me at all. His time machine has a lot of buttons. I think if you push one, a shower or some shampoo or something comes out. I asked older me how it works, and he said you could go see dinosaurs or even go back to when cavemen were around. He asked me what I'm bad at in school, and I said I'm bad at math. He told me there was a switch that would make me really good at math. I tried to push it once, but he got mad. He said I had to work hard and get better by myself. That was the only time he got mad at me. After he stopped being mad, he was super nice, so I was happy. He told me about the girl I was going to marry. That's a secret. I asked him about God. He told me God is real. I think he's real too. My mom said God is always watching, and he'll make you go to hell if you do bad things. So I can absolutely never do bad things. I have to be nice to my little sister too. Mom told me God doesn't watch you do bad things, but that is a scary man. But that it's a scary man instead. I see. The scary man is the whose eyes are those eyes monster. He makes you go to hell if he sees you. God's eyes and whose eyes are those eyes are in the sky. The ceiling, the walls, and there's a lot of them in my school, and they're watching me no matter what. So I think I have to do a lot of good things like studying and other stuff because of that. It's embarrassing though, because they watch me even when I do things like go to the toilet or take a bath. Also, ever since I was little, I could close my eyes and dream sometimes, even though I wasn't sleeping. It was like the inside of my head was like a video game or manga. But when I do that, the whose eyes are those eyes monster comes out, so I don't want to do that. I asked my mom and she told me not to do it. But while I'm writing this essay, I asked older me in my dreams to tell me more about the time machine, but he said I knew everything. He wouldn't tell me more stuff because I'm just a kid. So from now on, I want to do lots of good things so I could beat whose eyes are those eyes. The end. What was the point of the essay? What were we trying to accomplish here? What were we trying to do? Hold on, I have a notification. Okay. Oh god, everybody's messaging me now. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll respond to them later. Okay. None of this makes sense. This would have been around the time when I'd first started feeling God's gaze. Maybe I was going through some sort of phase back then. Either way, trying to understand anything from this extremely cryptic essay was beyond impossible. It felt like it'd be easier to decipher a bunch of hieroglyphs than it would be trying to figure out what the hell I'd been talking about. Wait, I see that you... I see the redeem in the activity feed. I don't see it in the chat. Did I break something? Did I break something here? I don't see it in the chat, but I see it... Oh, wait, I see it in a different chat, just not this chat. Okay. Alright, well, I acknowledge that you're waterboarding me. I acknowledge it. As I thought that, I noticed that something was scribbled on the back of the page. Come to think of it, hadn't I loved doodling back then? Yeah, like in my social studies textbook, the pictures of historic figures would always have mustaches or sunglasses drawn on them. And my notebooks would always have a flipbook-esque animations drawn in the corners. Back then, I'd started enjoying drawing more and more, to the point where I'd even gotten my parents to buy me a sketchbook. Although, to clarify, it wasn't like my drawings were anything to write home about. Immersing myself in nostalgia, I turned the essay over to check out what I'd scribbled on it. Well, that's a little terrifying. Also, why did I write a math function? It was an incomprehensible drawing. But while it was definitely incomprehensible, there was still something familiar about it. Something I'd seen recently. So function 10 functions power 10 x int something equals IR2. Whether it was a mathematical formula, had some kind of meaning, or was just a meaningless string of numbers and letters, I had no idea. Math and art have very interesting history, that's why. But... Oh! Oh, I had completely forgotten about that. That was like all the way in Chapter 1, I think. This formula. It was the exact same one Shogun had posted out of nowhere, back when he'd first come in contact with me in the chat room. Whose eyes are those eyes? And IR2. Two key things that come from the essay I'd written many years ago. Things that even I myself had forgotten. And if Shogun knew them, that would mean that he'd been reading my mind after all. Within the Frisia reception room, or rather, the narrow space partitioned off by a few shelves being used as one, Bon sat deep in concentration, scanning through a number of files. Opposite to him sat Yua, huddled up and making herself small. She had been taking frequent glances at Bon in an attempt to read his expression. From an outsider's perspective, it appeared almost like a child showing their parent their report card. Bon was currently reading the report of everything Yua had investigated concerning the new gen cases and Nishijo Takumi. It had also included the chat log between Takumi and Shogun from the day prior to the crucifixion case. As a result of her findings, Yua had concluded that Takumi was undoubtedly the true culprit behind the new gen cases.
すごいわね。これ全部一人で調べたの？
はい、一応。
Yua hung her head apologetically in response to Momose's praise. She stared at the Gero froggy straps hanging from the bag below her feet. She was speaking with a detective and the boss of an investigation firm. In terms of investigating, they were as professional as one could get. Compared to their prowess, information gathered by the investigation of an ordinary high school girl would be akin to childish scribblings. And yet, despite the supposed gap, Bon and Momose found themselves both impressed by the quality of the report.
なかなかいい着眼点だ。よく調べたな。
It's also more impressive because you did this research on your own. I mean, it's not entirely unprompted, though, because she did it because of her sister in the group dive thing. Whereas if you were just like a random person investigating the new gen cases, you discovered all this stuff, then that would be like very impressive. But she was looking into it specifically because of this. I don't know.
とりわけこの西條匠の多重性ってのが興味深い。
I mean, that was always a stretch. You have no idea.
西條匠は多重人格であり、オリジナルとなった西條匠の人格が眠っているとき、つまり他の人格が活動中に事件を起こしている。本当に面白いわ。まあでもちょっとばかり現実離れしすぎてるか。
True. Hit her with the facts.
刑事さんはその西條くんのことを
That's not the
犯人
point
だ
here.
って考えてないんですか？
That's not the point.
はっきり言っていいかい？
Her face stiffened, but after a moment, Yua nodded.
警察じゃ西條匠は容疑者として見ていない。
Ah.
へえ、そうなの。
Sona. Not just Yua, but Momose gaped in amazement as well. A wry smile formed on Bon's lips. He leaned back in his seat and rested the back of his head in his hands.
少なくとも貼り付け事件じゃ西條は白だ。
Oh. We are? I mean, of course we are. That was Rimi/Shogun. I had nothing. I wasn't even there.
遺体を貼り付けていた杭には指紋がべったり付着しててな。西条の指紋を手に入れて照合してみたんだが全く合致しなかった。
Well, I mean that. What if he had somebody else touch them and then he wore gloves and did it? I mean, they do have footage of him. I don't know if you can make out whether or not he had gloves on in the footage, though. Yua was turning paler by the second. Her lips trembled. Now that everything she had believed and had collapsed beneath her feet, feelings of guilt and the awful things she had said to Takumi encroached upon her heart.
杭にあった指紋から容疑者についてはほぼ固まってんだ。まだマスコミにも公表してねえけどな。ちなみにそれ、諏訪のお手柄だったりする。
All thanks to Suwa.
諏訪ちゃんは頑張ってるっていうのに、バンちゃんはよくここでのんびりしていられるわね。
実は俺、捜査本部から外されたんだわ。
They kicked him out.
はあ？
本来の捜査サボって G レートのこととか調べてんの上司にバレちゃってな。
They may or may not have found out I was looking into gravity effects. This was the reason why his subordinate Suwa had been the one to inform him of the 7th incident. There had been no reason for anyone else to call an investigator that was no longer working the case.
あんたね、もっとうまく立ち回りなさいよ。まあバンちゃんに G レートのことを教えた私にも責任はあるけど。
気にすんなって。
Yeah, it's fine.
それに G レートの件は個人的にも気になってたんだ。まあ西条にしても貼り付け以外の事件じゃまだ捜査線上にいる。もしかするとユアちゃんの推理が正しいかもしれん。
ニュージェネは同一犯による連続殺人事件じゃないって警察は考えてるの？
まだなんとも。ただついさっき第7の事件が起きたようだしな。個人的には犯人は複数いると思って。
Multiple.
いろいろ喋っちまった。口外したって知られたらクビになっちまう。今のはオフレコね。
Mm-hmm. Bond playfully placed his forefinger on his lips.
で、本題なんだ。
Having thought that her report had been the reason she had been summoned, Yua tilted her head in puzzlement.
聞きたいことってのは学校のことなんだよ。ユアちゃんは青井瀬名って子知ってるかい？
We know her.
君の同級生のはずなんだわ。
After pondering for a moment, Yua shook her head apologetically.
名前は聞いたことがあるような気がしますけど、話したことはありません。
ああ、そうか。
その人が犯人なんですか？
ああ、全くの別件だ。昨日徹夜したのもその子のことを調べてたからだな。
あんたさっき女子高生の生態がどうとかって。
Momose, ever perplexed, received a wink and a grin from Bond before he turned back towards Yua.
例えば学校でものすごい手品を使う女生徒がいるって噂を聞いたことは。
Magic tricks.
いえ、ありませんけど。
さっぱり話が見えないわね。何のこと？
例えば何もない空間から剣を取り出すような。
That'd be an impressive magic trick. Yua's head snapped upward. Her expression was one of blatant astonishment.
どうしてそれ？
What do you know, Yua? Despite being the one to ask the question, Bon also had a look of surprise on his face.
心当たりがあるのかい？
You got something? Yua hesitated, then, after a moment, nodded resolutely.
どこで見た？
駅の近くの地下道です。西条くんと岸本さんが。
What? You were watching that? You were watching that?
フェスだな。それで
Yua briefly recounted her dramatic pursuit from around 2 weeks prior. How she had gone to a manga cafe to meet Nishijo Takumi. How she had been a little forceful when talking to him. Oh yeah, I forgot we did meet up with her at that point, right? Okay. Causing him to flee. How she had frantically chased him around Shibuya. How he had then managed to evade her, and how right when she was about to give up, she had stumbled upon Takumi and Ayase entering the underpass.
だから私その階段の上から2人の様子をこっそり伺っていたんです。2人は階段の一番下で何か話していて、どんなことを話していたかは聞き取れなかったんですけど、そしたら突然
There was like two ISAs, one of them was like naked and the other one had a sword.
岸本さんが
Well, it wasn't naked in her underwear, but same thing.
何もないところから取り出したんです。すごく大きな剣でバッグにも入らないような。
I didn't know where she got it from. It just wouldn't fit in her bag.
まさか。
俺が見たものと同じだな。俺が見たのは岸本じゃなかったかな。
It was Senna
さ
that
っき
did
名
that
前
one
を
you
出
saw.
した青井瀬名っていう少女だ。実は葵が剣を振り回してたっていう目撃証言が渋谷のあちこちから出てる。
その手品、渋谷の若い子たちの間で流行ってるのかしら。
The magic trick of pulling a sword out of nothing.
でも私が見たあれは手品にはとても見えませんでした。
How do you explain it?
それに
他にも何か見たの？
信じてもらえるかどうかわからなくて、誰にも
This
話
is
した
about
こ
the
と
two ISAs.
はない。あの時岸本さんは剣を出しただけじゃなくて、
Yua's words faltered, and she slowly licked her lips. She looked lost on whether or not she should continue. Her eyes darted around the room. But eventually, she steeled her resolve and fixed her gaze upon Bon.
二人に分身したんです。まるで本当にその場に二人いるみたいでした。私、わけがわからなくて。
They're like, oh, she's losing it. A heavy silence covered the reception room. All three within it were at complete loss for words.
とにかく一体どん
Moving
な
on.
種があるのかわかんねえが、そんな手品みてえな真似ができる連中がこの渋谷には何人かいるらしい。
Moving on from that, we're not going to address that wild statement.
まあそれと岸本綾瀬も青井瀬名も西条匠と接触したことは
All
確認済みだ。
the girls have made contact with me, okay?
これが偶然とは思えねえわけよ。
It's just because all of my popular times are here. Come on.
西条くん、
あの少年の周囲ではどうも現実離れしたことばかりが起きてるような気がする。
As Mon said that, his words from the call before reappeared in his mind.
怪獣か魔法使いで済ませられるならよっぽどいいけどな。
Bon's murmur did not reach the other two. Averse to the gloomy atmosphere, Momose took a breath, and sipped on the tea her subordinate had brought over to her. Then, as she brought the cup back down, she put on a smile and unceremoniously made to change the topic.
ところでゆあちゃん、そのカバンにぶら下がってるカエル、最近流行ってるんでしょ？
We're going to talk about the Garo Froggies.
はい。
The Garo Froggies, which I believe we were hinted at, are going to send the signals to everybody for the Noah system or some shit like that. Yua gave a sigh of relief, having been saved by the kind company president.
なんて言うんだっけ？
ゲロカエルです。
いろいろ種類が出てるんじゃなかった？ 10 種類ぐらい。
10 in total, I believe.
はい。
She's an information broker. She
私は
knows.
その友達からもらっただけなので詳しくは知らないんですけど。
なんだってこんな手抜き商品が流行るんだろうな。
True.
見た目だって俺の方がずっと可愛いぞ。
What? Are you comparing yourself to Garo Froggy?
ワンちゃん、寝言は寝てから言いなさい。
Yeah. Yeah, go to the bar.
冗談って。
You're done.
私も実はそのどうして流行っているのかよくわからないんで
It's
す。
because they're sending the signals, okay? They're sending the signals to everybody, okay? It's mass brainwashing all throughout Shibuya from the Garo Froggies,
あ
okay?
ら、
That's
結
step
構
one.
可愛いと思うけどね。
ももちゃんの見る目も衰えたな。
世論は私の方が正しいって証明してるじゃない。バンちゃんも買いに行った方がいいわよ。
一体どこへ行けば買えるものなんだ？
ゲロカエルの専門ショップがあちこちにあって。
Exclusive Garo Froggy shops all around town.
専門ショップだ。
That's the most sus part about this, okay? Normally, new crazed toys just being sold at regular old like toy shops or whatever, they're just putting it in stock. Its own fucking shop? Bro.
そこで金曜日に行列に並べば買えると思います。
Actually, I don't know how it works in Japan though. Don't take my word on that.
金曜日。
毎週金曜日に新しいデザインのものが発売になるんです。好きな子はコンプリートとか言って全部集めてるみたいで。
Yeah, they're just like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all.
あ
Yu was in the midst of speaking. Bon had turned to Momose while scratching the stubble on his chin.
金曜か。
Oh, is he realizing something? Is it related to the GE rate?
流行るとは思えないものが流行ってて。G レートは毎週末に上昇する。
まさかバンちゃん。
当たってみる価値はあるかもな。
Alright, now this is the stretch. You're just gonna assume the Garo Froggy is involved with the case? It probably is. But he's just gonna assume it because they come out on Fridays? Come on now. The second I'd poked my head into school on Thursday, Misumi-kun immediately invited me to go see Ayase in the hospital with him. Given that the idea hadn't even crossed my mind, it'd taken me off guard. But before I'd even been able to respond, Rimi said she wanted to come too for whatever reason, and I ended up being swept along with her as a result. Now let me be clear, I had a heart and all. But considering the menace known as Shogun was drawing closer and closer to me, I didn't think this was exactly the time to show it. I didn't want to die. Coming in through the front entrance, Misumi-kun looked around the lobby in confusion.
どうしたの？
いや、岸本の病室ってどこなんだろうなって思ってよ。
Had he seriously come this far without knowing that? This guy was beyond belief sometimes.
ここは外来棟だよ。病棟は隣。
そうなのか。
大臣、しっかりしてよ。
Yeah, get a grip. Hold on, just to make sure I understood what happened there. Okay, alright. So he just didn't know where a room was when he said, let's go visit. He was just like, it's at that hospital, right? Okay. A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. It was the hospital I'd gone to ever since I was a kid. I'd even come here just the other day, so I was fairly knowledgeable on where everything was. Dr. Takashina's face flashed across my mind, and I involuntarily groaned to myself. As we walked to the hospital ward, Misumi-kun turned to me.
で、病棟の何号室だと思う？
Fuck if I know. We're gonna have to ask somebody. Probably. Probably gonna have to ask somebody. I don't know. You think I know where everybody's room is at the hospital? You think I'm that popular here? I mean, it's probably true, but, you know, we don't have to mention that and bring that up. Okay? We don't have to do that.
そんなのわかんないよ。
This was a general hospital, so there was obviously a ton of different wards and departments. If I had to guess...
多分外科じゃないかな。
Probably not the surgery ward.
でももしかすると精神科かも。
Probably. There hadn't been any visible injuries on Ayase after she'd fallen, and considering she'd attempted suicide, her mind had likely been brought to the brink, so her being in the psychiatric ward seemed very possible. Even I'd been taken to the psych ward after the uproar at O-Front.
タクって物知りだな。
常識でしょ、常識。ね。
I don't think it's necessarily common sense. I might not have known if I hadn't come here so many times in the past. Right as we were entering the hospital ward, Rimi ground to a halt.
私、お手洗い行ってくる。先に行ってて。
Okay. With a wave of her hand, Remy quickly headed towards the outpatient ward. Thinking that wandering around the ward would cause problems for the patients, I decided to ask for help at the nurse's station, and just like I predicted, they told us that she was on the floor for psychiatric patients. Alright. Alright, well we did negative before, so we have to do positive. We're probably gonna end up fucking. But that's whatever, okay? It happens. The hospital room had an area of around 10 square meters. There was a toilet to the right of the entrance, and there was a bed near the back. The setting sun shone through the window on the other side of the room. I say it wasn't in the bed. Based on how the sheets were a little messed up, it looked like she had been there until very recently. The moment he said that, Misumi-kun started rummaging around the room for some reason. He didn't even have a shred of decency. Right now, it wouldn't be wrong to refer to this as Ayase's room. A number of her things were lying around and mixed with the smell of antiseptic A number of her things were lying around, and mixed with the smell of antiseptic was that nice scent you could only find in a girl's room. Just kind of bursting into it while she wasn't there felt like we were peeping right into her private life, and I didn't feel very comfortable with that.
そういうの良くないよ。外で、待ってた方が。
One second. Uno momento, por favor. Okay, we're good. We better be waiting outside.
ちょっと見るだけだって。お前も知りたいと思わねえのか？ S の興味あるだろ?
Okay, sure. Isa's personal life was a total mystery. Surely a quick glance wouldn't be so bad. Misumi-kun wasn't showing even an ounce of hesitation. Urged on by his bold attitude, his mind swiftly changed. I turned to look at the door to make sure no one was coming, then turned back toward the room. Feeling my heart thump hard in my chest, I started with the bed. I took hold of the slightly ruffled sheets, and then, having no idea what to expect, I gently turned them over, and what I saw was something beyond imagination. Oh! Hidden beneath the sheets was lingerie. A full set of lingerie. The pair of purple panties were scrunched up haphazardly. They had very clearly been taken off recently. This wasn't brand new condition. This was wholly and entirely used. And this was a private room. From that one can glean that Ayase, the only one who could have worn... That Ayase was the only one that could have worn these. So smexy. I hurriedly turned to check on Misumi-kun. Fortunately, he was too busy flipping through a magazine to have noticed my shocking discovery. I returned my glance to the underwear. I gulped. My throat was dry as a desert. My trembling fingers, almost entirely on their own, reached toward the underwear. Feeling my pulse getting quicker and quicker, I, ever so softly, touched them. For some reason, they felt squishy, physical. Something wasn't quite right about this.
それは私のお稲荷さんだ。
What? Is he saying... Are we touching his balls? What is this scene? What? You thought you were touching the panties, but they were actually my balls. Takumi. We got weird-ass stuff. Suddenly I realized Misumi-kun was calling me. By the way, I can see your sword in the corner of the room, right? Misumi-kun can't, right? Did we acknowledge that already? And it just went through my mind and I just didn't process it? Or I was standing in the corner of the hospital room. The bed sheets weren't turned over and there was absolutely no sexy lingerie in sight. Phew. It'd been just a delusion, huh? It ended with an extremely horrifying twist, so I'd make sure that memory remained forever sealed. He had taken a magazine from high up on the shelf and was staring at it fixedly.
New だぜ。New.
New, man. This is crazy.
この雑誌、 まだ続いてたんだな。
Oh, it's a magazine called New. New was a magazine that focused on all facets of the occult. UFOs, aliens, ESP, religion, urban legends, mysterious phenomenon, super ancient civilizations, OOP arts, etc. It wasn't difficult at all to believe that our very own schizo shit-loving ISA would be reading it.
こっちの文庫本は、何々グラジオール記黙示録詩編
It's not just any. It is
ファンタジー
the
小説っぽいな。
It is the fantasy book for ISA. I wasn't familiar with that specific book, but the term gladiole did ring a bell. Where had I heard it again? I was pretty sure it had been pretty recent.
岸本と付き合うとなると、
Yeah?
この趣味に合わせないといけねえのか。大変そうだぜ、これは。
Why you gotta be toxic, Misumi? The sword isn't causing any problems, leave it be. Listen, I'm just saying, we're having problems getting our D-sword, why don't we just take her D-sword? Then there's no issue, right? Then we're all good. I'm just saying, steal it. I'm just blatantly saying, steal it. Had he still not given up on dating ISA even after being turned down in an instant last time?
Huh?
That's a crime, chap. Listen, there's murders happening. Lots of things are crimes. You gotta do some crimes to stop some crimes, okay? I mean, in this context. Suddenly, ISA's D-sword came into view in the corner of my eye. It was leaning against the window. It looked like a space battleship ripped right out of a sci-fi movie. Honestly, I can't believe I didn't fucking notice it already. It's like glowing and shit. Not in the CG, but it's like supposedly glowing. My opinion on it hadn't really changed either. It was an awesome looking sword, possessing equal parts beauty and cruelty, even though it wasn't glowing. And even though it was just leaning against a window, it still had the typical impressive feeling of presence to it. Misumi-kun showed no signs of noticing the sword, huh? So, the eyes of normal people couldn't see them after all. I wonder, if I were to take it without ISA knowing, would the sword become mine? See, I was right. Steal it. If I could really obtain a D-sword with zero effort, then there was no time to waste here. The desire to do so bubbled up within me. It's going to prevent him from taking it, probably. With a gulp, I timidly, ever so timidly, reached out for the sword. I grasped the hilt. Or, well, I tried to grasp it. But my hand had gone right through it, leaving me grasping only thin air. I tried once more, but the result was no different. I couldn't grab it, couldn't even touch it. Did that mean that the sword wasn't real booted? As mutual recognition hadn't been achieved, it was no more than ISA's delusion. An illusion, a dream, an afterimage.
何やってんだお前。
I'm just trying to grab this. Misumi-kun looked at me in confusion. Beep. Beep. He then waited for around 10 minutes. Oh, we then waited around for around 10 minutes, but ISA still showed no signs of coming back. Same thing with Remy. She was still in the bathroom, apparently. Where could she have actually gone?
リミってこの病室の場所知ってたか？
We'd asked her for the location at the nurse's station after Remy had left. She could very well be wandering all throughout the hospital as we spoke, not having any idea where we were, or where this place was.
あいつバカだからな。俺たちみたいに誰かに聞こうって発想がないのかもしんねえぞ。
探しに。
I felt uneasy not being with Remy. I couldn't say for sure that this hospital was safe. If Shogun were reading my mind right now, he would have known that I was here.
そうだな。待つのも飽きたし、タクもあいつがいないと寂しいだろうからな。なあ、ぶっちゃけリミとはどうなんだ？
We're kind of a thing.
付き合ってんのかって聞いてんだよ。お前ら。 最近結構いい感じじゃね?
What can I say, Misumi-kun? You know.
付き合ってないよ。
Oh, well, don't say that, Takumi, because we definitely are. Despite what I'd said, my face was still flushed. Me and Remy dating? It was true that I'd had delusions of that many times. I hadn't been interested in 3D in the past, but nowadays Rumi was becoming more and more important to me with every passing day. But back when Rumi had said that she'd stay by my side, she'd also said the following.
そんなの友達だからに決まってるでしょ
Friend-zoned. Friend-zoned. In other words, she only saw me as a friend. There was no way in hell she'd want to start a romantic relationship with an otaku freak like me. Besides, Rumi would probably be a bit slow on the uptake with that kind of thing. Alright, let's go find her. I split ways with Misumi-kun and went to look for Rimi or Ayase. Misumi-kun had gone downstairs, so I decided to take my search above. Look, Taku can take what he can get. Listen, he's not even taking what he can get. He's like... Amisha! Oh. Amisha! What the fuck? Oh my god. Nurse? I passed by an older patient in the corridor, probably around his 50s. He was staggering down the hall while calling out for someone named Ami-chan, over and over. I ignored him and headed further into the corridor. Nobody seemed to mind me wandering around the hospital, maybe since I'd used to come here pretty often. But for every corner I turned and for every door I saw open, I felt my heart rate increase at the thought of Shogun appearing from them. And not only that, but the occasional crazed screams and cries from any number of directions weren't exactly good for my mental state. The corridor was uniformly dyed a cream color. Some of the rooms were open, some were closed, and to make sure that there were no signs of Shogun being around, I peeked into a whole bunch of them. Each room had 2 beds lined up next to each other, within person-shaped bulges lying underneath the sheets, likely sleeping patients, but their faces were always in a blind spot, so I couldn't see them. There weren't many people walking through the corridors. Just the man calling for Ami-chan and a single nurse. Those were the only 2 I'd passed by. I didn't really want to be here. I didn't know why, but the feeling refused to leave me. The atmosphere was heavy. It wasn't oppressive per se, but I had the nagging feeling that I shouldn't have been there. A little farther in front of me, the corridor made a 90-degree turn to the right. Did the hospital rooms continue through there? I wondered. As I pondered that, I cautiously turned the corner. What? And I was immediately met with a wall. But that don't look like an actual wall. It sat in the middle of my path, and in vast contrast to the entirely cream-colored hospital. It was covered in black paint from top to bottom. A complete dead end. That's for later on in future playthroughs, obviously. For some reason I didn't know, my pulse quickened. I couldn't move even a single step from where I stood. My vision wobbled and shook. Thinking it was vertigo, I tried to close my eyes and massage my eyelids with my fingertips, only to feel my eyeballs twitching beneath them. The chill, as cold as ice, crawled up from my feet. I stood dead in my tracks, forgetting how to even breathe, staring at the black in front of me. It felt as if it would suck me in, as if it would swallow me whole. A deep, never-ending darkness. Even though there shouldn't have been anyone there, it felt like somewhere someone was watching me. God's gaze pierced into the nape of my neck. Its presence was a completely different level compared to how it would be at my base. Don't look. Mustering all my mental strength, I managed to close my eyes. I finally was able to breathe again, and I stepped back while gasping for breath. With my head facing down toward the ground, I fled through the corridor. I sped back to the floor with Ayase's room, gasping and wheezing all the way. I touched the nape of my neck and felt sticky sweat oozing from it. But the sweat wasn't just coming from there. My entire body was drenched in it. What the hell was going on? Was Shogun reading my mind? The presence of God's gaze wouldn't go away. My wheezing and shivering refused to calm down. Exhaustion had devoured my motivation in an instant. I wanted to go home. I wanted to have Rimi take care of me as we locked ourselves in my base. It wasn't like me visiting Ayase would make her happy. If anything, it would probably do the complete opposite. I was an idiot for coming along with Misumi-kun. The guy clearly had an agenda, and it was at complete odds with me. I had no reason to be here. I should just go home. Before either Shogun or Yua appeared. They always appeared whenever I least expected. I bet they'd pinned down where I was with ease. No matter where I was, I needed to be prepared. Tracing the wall with my hand, I staggered my way to ISA's hospital room. Had Misumi-kun gotten back yet? Hoping he'd found Rimi, I dragged my legs forward.
山井さんがまたアミーちゃんっていう名前を呼んでたんですよ。
Yeah, he does that. I heard the voice of a nurse coming from ahead. Looking up, I saw that two of them were walking in my direction. One was young, and the other was a well-built, middle-aged
一
lady.
体誰のことを探してるのか。
それこの病院に伝わる怪談よ。誰も知らない幻の病室があって、そこにアミーちゃんが入院してるらしいわ。
Oh?
もう何年も前からある噂。
I looked back down and waited for the two to pass by. I held my breath to hide my ragged breathing. I could easily tell they were giving me suspicious looks, but they still ignored me all the same. After the two nurses passed me, I continued my endeavor and arrived at the nurses' station. I must have missed Ayase's room, as it should have been a bit before. Clicking my tongue, I wiped the sweat off my forehead. It still felt like I was being watched. The depths of my chest throbbed with pain. My ears were ringing too. I felt absolutely terrible. My body was a total wreck. I hadn't felt anything like this at all when I'd first got here. What the hell had happened to me in my body? With the pain overwhelming me and becoming too much to bear, I went to ask for help from the nurses at the nurses' station. Hey! There was only one nurse there. Look at this CG. It's a nice little CG. That's nice. She didn't seem to have noticed me. Her back was turned to me, and she was mumbling something while deeply absorbed in whatever she was working on. In her hand was a clipboard. She was writing something on the form stuck to it.
信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ、信仰の救いあれ。
I gotta go. I'll get another nurse to help me. I think I'm good here. I'm good. I've seen this person many times before. She was that one nurse, Hazuki-san. Oh, this was the AH Tokyo General Hospital Psychiatry Ward. Of course she'd be here. She'd even already attended to me twice in the past month alone. Oh man, this is perfect. If I called out to her, she'd surely help me with whatever I... An urgent-sounding ringing noise suddenly rang throughout the room. Hazuki-san put down her clipboard in surprise and then operated a switch with her hand. The ringing sound was cut off. She'd probably been paid to do some nursing thing, as she rushed out to the nurse's station in a flurry. Yeah, that's probably a sign that somebody's needs urgent help right now. Why hadn't she noticed me, even though I was suffering from so much pain right behind her? I could barely stay standing. The vertigo was awful. With no other choice, I decided to go into the nurse's station to wait for someone to get back. I found a stool around where Hazuki had been standing, then sat down. My head ached. It felt like it had back when the earthquake hit a week ago. But this pain had a different nature to it. Or so it felt anyway. I needed something to drink. Just trying to breathe hurt my throat, likely because of all the gasping and wheezing I've been doing. I casually looked around the area. My eyes then landed upon the clipboard Hazuki had been holding, and at the very next moment, what was scrawled on it entered my field of vision. What the fuck?
Huh?
Whenever I'd gone in for a checkup, Hazuki-san had always been writing something on that clipboard of hers, all while having the same gentle smile on her face. I thought that she'd been writing down the prescription she planned on giving me, my temperature, things like that. That was why what was written there was beyond my, or what was drawn there was beyond my comprehension. Is that supposed to be me with all the stakes on me? I had seen it before. I had already seen this shittily drawn sketch somewhere else before. But where had I... Was this from Grimm? Was this the image that Grimm sent us? Was this what Grimm sent us? My head ached. A stabbing pain pierced through it. The hairs on the nape of my neck stood on end. You know, Hazuki must be the prince from Finding Cinderella because she managed to draw the same exact drawing. So she must be the prince. The same exact drawing as before. I picked up the clipboard. Countless medical forms were clipped onto it. I went to flip up the page. Oh no, is it going to be an animation? Oh, it's going to be a second piece of paper had the same shitty drawing. I flipped to the next page. The same drawing. Third, also the same. There doesn't seem to be anything different. The fourth and the fifth and the sixth. Each and every one of them had the same drawing scribbled on it. Again and again and again. This drawing. Was the cruxifixion. And on the 7th page... Whose eyes are those eyes? Yeah. Whose eyes are those eyes? And then we wake up from the delusion, right? Right? This is a different place. Evening fell on the roof of an old building in Shinsen, the building atop which Nishijo Takami's container house stood, still as death. It was Aoi Sena's second time visiting it. The first time had been a few days prior, following her encounter with Kozue and Takumi and Tender Guy. She had gone on to tail the boy in secret. Through this, the location was set in stone in her mind. Sena regarded Kozue in a cold manner, refusing to even turn around to view her sagging shoulders, nor her long face. Sena had come here to infiltrate Takami's room. Nishijo Takami is not normal. And you are? That was the conclusion she had come to after speaking to him many times. There was no doubt in her mind that he was distinctly different to normal, gigalomaniacs like Kozue and herself. Did he possess delusional abilities so abnormal it proved terrifying? Or could he perhaps be receiving some form of artificial support? Regardless of which it might be, the uncertain nature of Takumi greatly bothered Sena. As of the current moment, she was searching for a man known as Hatano. There was a very real possibility that Nishijo Takami had some kind of connection to him. She had no conclusive evidence of this, but through investigating even the most lightly suspicious things with her own eyes, the possibilities will be torn down one by one. I'm trying to remember what Hatano was, or if we're not supposed to know yet. A man known as Hatano. Was it the homeless man, or... I don't remember. The door had a padlock attached to it. Wait, did I read that last one? And with such methodology, she would find her target with absolute certainty. That was Sena's creed. Wait. Investigating even the most slightly suspicious things with her own eyes. Possibilities were torn down one by one. With a slight scoff, she swung down her D-sword that she had preemptively reel-booted. The padlock was effortlessly smashed to pieces. We'll just make a new one. Sena had confirmed that Takumi had been heading from school toward the station with two of his friends. However, even if he were to find out, it would make no difference to her. When it came to attaining her goal, Sena had no qualms with others coming to detest her, or even being reported to the police. She opened the door and stepped into the room. And she went, "Damn, bitch, you live like this?" Senna can only grimace at the disastrous cesspool of a room. The endless piles of trash forced a groan from her mouth. Yuki.
なんで楽しそうなんだ小杖。
靴は脱いだ方がいいのかな?
I don't think that would help with the cleanliness of this place. I really don't think you should, for your own safety. You should keep the shoes on. With a sigh, Senna ventured deep into the room, shoes still adorning her feet.
お人形さんいっぱいなのら。うぷー。たくみさんって変態さんだったんだ。すごいな。
Hey, you know, you knew what you were getting into when you were going to his place. Paying no heed to Kozue, who seemed oddly impressed, Senna stood before the PC. She turned the power on without hesitation and scoured the desk with her eyes as she waited. Furrowing her brow, she picked up a sheet that had been left on the desk. An essay! What I step into? Welcome, welcome. You stepped into Chaos Head. These girls have broken into my home, aka my shipping container that I live in at the top of a building. Okay, I live in the shipping container with all my anime figures and eroge just scattered everywhere in my PC. Okay, these girls have broken into my shipping container home because I am sus, and so they have to investigate me. It's pretty fucked up, but you know, it's fine. There may be murders involved with it, and it might be related to it. It should have been me. It should have been me. Play the sound. We have that as a redeem, right? It should have been me, not him. Furrowing her brow, she picked up a sheet of paper that had been left on the desk. An essay. Oh yeah, also, that one girl, not the purple-haired one, the other one, she can talk with her mind, directly into your mind.
It should have been me, not him. It's not fair.
It's not fair. It's not fair. You can't just break into my shipping container and read my cringe essays from the 4th grade. You can't do this to me. Kozue had peeked at the essay from behind Senna's back, and she was now jumping up and down in excitement.
やっぱりたくみさんがその目誰の目の人だったのら。コズピーはパンパカパンだったポーン。
In vast contrast to Kozue, Senna skimmed the essay with disinterest, then casually flipped it over. And then she saw the formula, right? Very next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Something was drawn there. It was... Is it a Wolbot? You know, is it a little Wolbot? It says IR2 right there. It does. The sound of gritting teeth escaped from Senna's lips. Her expression was far more grim than usual, and the hand holding the essay trembled with anger.
そうか。西条が IR2 を生み出した。
I don't even know what that is. I don't know, but apparently I'm responsible for it. I don't know what that means. Her voice forcefully stifled. She crushed the sheet of paper in her... Bro, that's my essay. Put it back in the treasure box. Don't fuck with my essay. Okay, back at the hospital. Oh, I think I just caught a fly that's been annoying me. I did. Fuck that fly. I left the nurse's station and stumbled around the hospital, my mind buried in fog. I was doing everything in my power to avoid thinking about what I'd just seen. Before I knew it, I found myself standing at the landing of the staircase, with Misumi-kun gazing outside by the window. Okay.
どうしたタク？汗びっしょりじゃねえか。顔色も悪いし。
The nurse may be crazy. The nurse may be crazy.
もしかして走って探してたのか？そりゃバテもするぜ。無茶するね、お前って。
I think we gotta go, Misumi-kun. I think we gotta get the fuck out of here. I wiped my sweat away and tried desperately to feign composure.
リミと岸本。
Oh.
見つけたぜ。
Oh, well, that makes this a little easy. You know, everything's fine now. Everything's fine now, right? We're good. Despite what he'd said, I couldn't see either of them. Then, for some odd reason, he pointed outside the window.
あそこだ。
Once I caught my breath, I approached the window. I could see the outpatient ward from it. The outpatient and hospital wards were separate buildings, accessible through a corridor connecting them. They weren't all that far apart, though. The hospital ward had many floors, and the landing I was on looked slightly down on the roof of the outpatient ward. Oh no, are they both on the roof? On that roof, shrubbery, sporting red flowers. Well, fuck, what just happened? Hold on. On that roof shrubbery, sporting red flowers formed a makeshift garden, and it seemed to be a place where patients went to relax. In the center of the garden, I could see Rimi and Ayase. Ayase was wearing pajamas, and she was discussing something with Rimi. Those two shouldn't know each other, right?
なんか妙にシリアスに見えねえか。
Bro, they go to the same school. Why would it be impossible for them to know each other? It almost looked like they were glaring at each other. Are we going to see them start a sword fight? Suddenly, Ayase closed in on Rimi and slapped her right across the cheek. Even from where I was standing, I could tell that she hadn't held back one bit. Ayase then walked away from Rimi. She was heading in the direction of the passageway, so she was probably going back to her hospital. Ooh, the girls are fighting. Was that a bitch slap? I nodded. Even after being left behind, Rimi didn't move an inch. She simply stood there.
あの二人ってトラブル抱えてんのか?
She just took the L. If there was, I knew nothing about it. I readily went along with Misumi-kun's proposal to pretend like we'd never seen what we'd seen. When we then decided to leave Rimi to her own devices and return to Ayase's room. The state of my body had mostly recovered by now, and God's gaze had vanished. It was to the point where it felt like that horrible sickness I'd been feeling had never even been there in the first place. Misumi-kun let out a sound from in front of me. I looked up in response, only to see Ayase walking over to us. Her head hung slightly limp, and her gaze pointed downward. Her steps were slow and lacked any energy. Her face was very pale, and her expression was, to no surprise, intensely somber. We had somehow managed to bump into Ayase right in front of her hotel room.
Yo, Kishimoto-san.
Misumi-kun gave the most eloquent greeting possible for him, to which Ayase raised her head in response. What was that pose? Oh. She looked at me, and then, despite seeming like she was on the brink of tears, she smiled at me. Why had she done that? Had she heard about the uproar that happened in front of O-Front? About all the shameful things I'd done? Or was she just being friendly? The former would be beyond depressing.
俺たち君のお見舞いに来たんだよね。つうか岸本さん、パジャマ姿も可愛いじゃん。
Uh-huh. His passive pickup artist had activated in barely any time. Oh, his passive pickup art, like his passive ability, pickup artist, had activated in barely any time at all. Talk about rushing the objective. Although Ayase had treated Misumi-kun pretty coldly before, she didn't do that this time. Instead, Ayase opened her door and invited us in. She didn't show a single hint of having slapped Rimi just a few minutes ago. Was she hiding it well, or had she just already gotten over it in such a short time? As per usual, I had no idea what Ayase was thinking.
やっぱ見舞いに来たのは正解だったぜ。今日は好感触だ。
Hitting the jackpot. Misumi-kun gave a small fist pump while Ayase wasn't looking, then excitedly entered the room. I reluctantly followed after him. In all honesty, I wanted to head home with Rimi ASAP. But I didn't have the courage to say anything to her. I didn't know the reason why, but being so fiercely slapped like that must have made her pretty depressed, and I knew I didn't have the words to encourage her. Okay, back in the room. Ayase sat down on the bed, and Misumi-kun very casually sat beside her. Talk about daring. I couldn't help but be taken aback by Misumi-kun's mode of attack. Ayase gave Misumi-kun a single glance before fixing her gaze upon me. Being stared at so blatantly put me at a loss for how exactly I was supposed to respond. I didn't know what kind of expression to make, so I just ended up looking down at the floor.
怪我どう？もうだいぶ良くなってるみたいだけど。なんか必要なものあるなら遠慮なく言ってよ。俺がすぐ買ってきてやる。
My wallet is yours, bro. This ain't Findom shit going on. What are you talking about, Misumi-kun? What is this shit? She's just in the hospital. He focused intently on Ayase's hand. If I had to guess, he was scheming on how best to grab it. That refined, slender hand. Should I just go? Probably. You should probably... But, no, you shouldn't leave Ayase. You should go to get the cops to get Misumi-kun away from her. Get, like, a nurse or something. Or, better yet, get Misumi-kun admitted to the psychiatric ward. Okay? Just find a room, put him in there.
あ、小説とか読む？俺さ、グラジオール記黙示録詩編ってのが好きなんだけど。岸本さん、知ってる？
Really, Misumi? Looked around her room before, found a book, and oh, I love that book. Do you happen to like it too? It'd be funny. Oh, ignored him. Only to me. Only talks to me. We're so in, boys. We're so in. Leaving Misumi-kun's question unanswered, Ayase called my name.
君はグラジオールの7騎士の一人よ。
I am?
あ？
え？え？ Fly again. Fucking stop. I guess I didn't get it the first time. I don't even know if I just got it now. Fucking fly. I guess I'm one of the Knights of Gladiol. Right into the schizo shit, huh? Even the mayhem surrounding her attempted suicide hadn't been enough to change her at her core.
やっぱり導きだったんだわ。君と私が出会ったのは。
Sure. Yeah, guidance. Quietly, dispassionately, Ayase narrated. About what I could only call a total chuny storyline.
君の邪神はとても強大。
You think so? I think so.
だからこそ言うことなしなのよ。黒騎士としての素質は。
Manifestly so. I do agree. I
君が
concur.
今経験している苦しみはすべて神罰。大いなる意志による試練なの。
It feels like it every
そ
day.
れを乗り越えた時に理想度は召喚されるわ。君の手に。
Well, that's good to know.
そして現れるのよ。邪神の黒き大蛇。あらゆる崩壊を飲み
Okay,
込む
let's not bring that.
邪神王の身を砕くことのできる。同質にして
Oh,
異質なるものが。
I can't tell if this is good or bad. We're going to be summoning a dark colossal serpent of wicked hearts. That sounds very evil, even if it sounds like it's going to defeat the wicked-hearted king. I don't know if this is good or bad.
グラジオール、理想度も
Well, I can see the sword at least.
かまいたちがその証よ。
The who?
実在しない現象は後世に言葉として残ることはないわ。知っている？語源を。
Jesse, what the hell are you talking
か
about?
まえたち。
The bearing of a sword?
それは理想度を意味している。
Yeah, I see the sword. I
信
see
じ
it.
て。グラジオールを倒すのよ。一緒に。
If you say so. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Alright, we did positive before, so now we have to do negative. Gladiol? I remember that name. We're doing negative delusions, okay? For those of you just joined in unaware, you get to pick negative delusion, positive delusion, negative delusion, or no delusion. We're going to be experiencing a negative delusion now. Gladiol, I remember that name. I'd seen that term back when I'd first been researching D-swords. It seemed that D-sword was the term used in literature and pseudepigraphia relating to the legend of Gladiol, or more specifically, a sword in it. I wasn't sure, though. As I continued to think, Mr. Mikun quietly got up and started to walk toward me. And then he fucking killed me. Because I'm getting all the attention, right? He went to go right past me, but just before he did, he put his hand on my shoulder. Yep. Yeah, I'll handle it from here, Misumi-kun. Get the fuck out. Okay, me and Ayase, we're busy, you know, combining our swords to defeat the Evil King. Okay, we're both gonna be gladioled together, if you catch my drift. With a sigh of exasperation, he made to leave the room. Oh no. Oh wait, I'm just realizing the delusion things. It flashes the drawing that's in the back of the essay, right? It goes to the IR2 and the other drawings on it. Is that what it shows? Wait, stop. Ayase had finally said something to Misumi-kun, but she'd done so with a grim expression on her face. I wasn't sure why. Uh-oh.
あ何何俺の相手してくれんの
Misumi-kun, you gotta get out of here now. She's gonna fucking kill you. You gotta go.
そうね
Verily so.
あなたが邪神王の使いだということは
Oh?
分かっている
I mean, actually, that's on brand for him. I'm actually not surprised by that. That actually makes a lot of sense. What even? Another part of her insane storyline? Misumi-kun looked pretty annoyed at being dragged into Ayase's bullshit. Pretty justified response, to be honest. It wasn't even funny as a joke. However, Ayase seemed quite serious.
Takumi.
Yeah, I'm Takumi. Takumi-da. And she called to me. Ayase took out something that looked like a fruit knife from beneath the bed sheets, then threw it over to... Bro, why do all these girls have fruit knives? Just lying around, ready to cut someone up. You have a fucking giant sword. Why are you pulling out a fruit knife? Surprised, I hurriedly went to catch it. While the knife fortunately had a guard on it, I still came close to cutting my hand.
そいつを殺すのよ
Do I have to? Him? When Ayase said that, she was looking at Misumi-kun. What kind of batshit insane plot twist was this? Bewildered, I held the knife with a trembling hand.
おいおい
Oi, oi, oi.
殺せときたかいくらなんでもそれはひどくね
Yeah, it's a little bit of a dick move. Whoa, best viewers at totally legit website link here. Mods, pull out the D-sword, eliminate him from existence in the world. Erase this delusion from this chat. Get him out. Be gone. Here's the fruit knife. Have fun. We must defeat the wicked-hearted king's servants that spam shady links in my goddamn chat. Get them out of here. Thank you.
まあ岸本に嫌われてんのは分かってたけどよまさか面と向かってそんなこと言われるとは思わなかったぜそれで
Graviton? Wicked hard?
邪神何のことだか俺にはさっぱりわかんねえんだけどなたくとりあえずナイフを置けよ岸本の妄想に付き合うな
Am I though? Am I?
妄想じゃないわ
Well, if she says though.
匠
I'll just ignore the screen being all wavy right now, okay? Misumi-kun's expression stiffened, and he took a step away from Ayase.
お前異常だぜ
Yeah.
匠早く殺すのよでないとグラジオールに君の存在が筒抜けになってしまうわ
With the knife in hand, I slowly placed it back on Ayase's lap.
匠
君の言ってることはめちゃくちゃだよ
Yeah, why don't you just grab your sword and do it yourself if you really want it to happen? She looked up at me with sad eyes. It doesn't matter how you look at me. How the hell do you expect me to kill Misumi-kun? This has nothing to do with gladiol or whatever. Killing someone would make me a criminal, and that's not gonna happen. Simple as that.
さすが親友お前なら
I got you,
俺を
bro.
選ぶって信じてたぜ
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Misumi-kun clapped his hand on my shoulder. Oh no. He's gonna kill me, isn't he? And then, casually as could be, without a care in the world, he grasped the knife on Ayase's lap. Yep.
じゃあな電波女
Denpaonna. And then, without stopping even once, he removed the guard from the knife before immediately slashing outward. Blood spurted from her neck with blistering speed. Some splashed against my face. It was very, very hot. Ayase's eyes were wide with shock. She was looking straight at me. Her body then slowly collapsed onto the bed. The pure white sheets were stained crimson. Oh my god. Sucks for you, Taku.
今のが最後のチャンスだったんだぜ。
Shit.
グラジオール復活を阻止するための。
Shit. Well, it's okay. We have to take a screenshot of this CG, okay? That's just too awesome. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I couldn't even scream.
正しかったのは岸本の方だったってわ。
Should I though? I don't know. As he said that, Misumi-kun got on top of Ayase's splayed out body. Then, without even a hint of hesitation, he gouged out her eyeballs. And yet, her body didn't move. It didn't even twitch. Misumi-kun turned toward me, and with a cruel smile, he murmured, "Whose eyes are those eyes?"
その目誰の目?
Yep, I figured. How do I just know? How can I just know? Precognition abilities are activated. I just know. I pre-watched the whole game. The whole playthrough. When I came to, Ayase, who should have been covered in blood, was simply sitting on the bed, completely unharmed. Misumi-kun was nowhere in sight. Had that been a delusion? I let out a deep sigh of relief. That definitely been a nasty one. Feeling guilty, I apologized to Ayase inside my head. But since she couldn't hear my thoughts, Ayase just went on with her schizo babbling.
すべてはお告げよ。すでに渋谷に集っているはずなの。7人の黒騎士は。
Right, yep, right, sure. Yeah.
あとは全員が覚醒するだけ。急がないと世界は滅びるわ。グラジオールの手によって。
Okay, what do we do? What are we supposed to do? With both our shoulders drooping toward the ground, Misumi-kun and I descended to the top floor of the hospital ward.
俺、もう岸本のことはどうでもよくなった。
Yeah, that sounds about right.
これまでの俺のポリシーはな、タク。可愛ければ何でも許してやるだった。
that tracks for him.
けどそりゃ間違ってたよ。あんな強烈なテンパ、俺には受け止めらんねえよ。素直に。
You're just a coward. You're just a coward. Not exactly sure if that made things any better. I mean, Misumi-kun had an actual girlfriend he was dating.
お前、マジですごいな。岸本のあの脳みそお花畑の話、よく30分近くも聞いてられるよ。俺は3分も持たなかった。この俺がだぞ。
Don't ask me. That's why I imagine that sound is that face is making. It's like, Barely listening to Misumi-kun, I focused on my surroundings as I walked. And then I found a dazed girl standing in front of the outpatient lobby. Rimi! From a side view, I couldn't see even a trace of her usual energy. She seemed deep in thought as she gazed up at the lingering sunset, her hair fluttering in the chilly breeze.
Oi! Rimi!
Rimi quickly turned after Misumi-kun spoke, her face brimming with surprise, then gave us a big wave. The sight of her smile filled me with relief. I instinctively ran up to her. Of course, I couldn't exactly bring myself to hug her or anything like that, so that was as far as it went. What? It's been like an hour.
どこほっつき歩いてたんだ？
病室どこかわからなくてあちこちさまよっちゃった。
Why didn't you just ask somebody?
ひどいよ。置いてくなんて。
Just ask somebody where the room is. Rumi made a show of pretending. I mean, well, she's lying about this because she had met with Ayase by herself prior, and then she got bitch slapped. So.
お前が先に行けって言ったんだろ。
そうだったね。
We already know she's a yandere. An hour is an entirety for her. That's true. Or eternity. Eternity. I can read, I swear. I swear I can read. I swear it. I graduated from school. I can read. I swear.
で、岸本さんには会えた？
Yeah. As I nodded, I noticed Misumi-kun was grinning, very obviously beside me.
お前、岸本にビンタされてただろ。
And you got bitch... Bro, you're not supposed to call her out for that. The Yukio rod is sinking in. Bro, I can't read. You're not allowed to read. We don't read here.
さて、何のことでしょう？
Remy must have wanted to hide the fact that Ayase had slapped her. That was why I'd been avoiding the topic and leaving it at that. Read the damn room, Misumi-kun.
隠そうったって無駄だぜ。俺は一部始終を見てたんだ。どう？
なんだ、バレてたのか。
Okay, want to tell us what happened? Her face now pointing down at the floor, Remy gave an awkward sigh, then gazed up at me.
もしかして、タクも見てたの？
I might have. I might have seen it.
そうだ。俺とタクで決定的瞬間をバッチリ見てた。
She let it rip like Beyblades. Dude, you don't just say that. Alright, now we gotta do positive.
なんだ、それじゃあ必死にごまかそうとしてたのがバカみたいじゃない。屋上に行ったらちょうど岸本さんがいたから、つい気になってたことを質問しちゃったの。そしたら機嫌損ねたみたい。
Ruffle her feathers. What had she asked?
なんだよ。気になってたことって。
ね。
Uh-oh, what's gonna happen?
あなたはタクの何なのって。
Oh, girls are fighting over me. Ooh. What had she meant by that?
マジで？宣戦布告ってやつか。
Ooh. Kaguya-sama love is
ま
war.
あ、そんなとこかな。
Remy looked bashful. Her gaze darted back and forth between me and the ground.
タクは渡さないからって言っちゃったし。そしたら見事に叩かれたんだけどさ。
That makes sense.
すげえ。女の戦いだな。
Misumi-kun rustled my hair.
おいタク、どうすんだ？どうすんだよ。
What was he getting at here? I didn't really understand. Actually, it was more like my mind had gone completely blank.
告られてんだぞ、お前。
That is true.
もう付き合っちまえよ。
Grinning, Misumi-kun suddenly shoved me forward. Caught off guard, I stumbled, and Remy was right in the line of fire. As per the laws of physics, I ended up with my arms around Remy.
ごめん。
Oh. My heart was pounding. Remy's body was so soft and warm.
タク、私。
Atashi? When I tried to hurry up and get off of her, Remy wrapped her arms around my back. She nervously brought me in close, hugging me. Electricity ran through me at Remy's surprise attack. In our moment of intimacy, her tender warmth transferred straight over to my body. I wanted to keep feeling that warmth. I wanted Remy to be mine, and mine alone. Taken over by those feelings, I hugged her supple body back. And right as I did, a silhouette standing beyond Remy's shoulder entered my field of vision. Is it going to be Ayase? Oh my gosh, she's got her sword too! No! Oh, we're dead. It's over. Mods, cheap viewers at Shady Link. Mods, send Ayase with the D sword over to her house. Destroy them. Be gone. It was Ayase, D sword in hand, looking at me with an expression of bitter hatred. While I couldn't hear what it was, I could tell she was mumbling something. I gulped. War was looming. Blood would be reaped without mercy. And the moment I realized that, I knew I had to escape as soon as possible.
いタク、何ぼーっとしてんだ。行くぞ。
Let me ban them. Okay, there we go. I got him. Okay. Hey, Dago, enough daydreaming. Let's move. Mizumiku was calling for me. Rumi also waved at me from behind him, or beside him. Blinking in a daze, I examined my surroundings. I was definitely not embracing Rumi. Ayase was nowhere in sight.
ドキドキした。
Yeah, I could do without the cat fights. Yandere should just stay in their realm of 2D. I don't want anything to do with someone actually like that. Yandere, a girl whose affection, dere, for her romantic interest grows so strong that she starts exhibiting strong emotions, such as jealousy and aggression, before eventually descending into outright insanity. Yan.
タク、早く来いって。
Hey, move your ass. I hurriedly chased after the two. The three of us walking shoulder to shoulder, we made our way through the outpatient lobby. The outpatient reception was already closed, meaning very few people were still there. However, the large TV screen at the end of the lobby was still surrounded by around 10 people or so.
何かな。
また新しいニュージェネでも起きたんじゃね？
My body stiffened at what Misumi-kun had so casually said, but immediately after that, Rimi nonchalantly grasped my hand. Thanks to the warmth of her hand, my fear stopped there. The tension in my mind felt like it was melting away. Rimi was my sole support. Rimi gave me peace of mind. Rimi would stay by my side. It might be a little too optimistic, but I felt that as long as Rimi stayed by my side, I could barely, just barely, endure any fear that might come my way. Thank God Rimi was here for me.
なあ、二人とも来てみろよ。
Misumi-kun had already made it to the TV and was urging me and Rimi over to it. All the other people there, patients both young and old, and even some nurses, had gathered around the TV. Their eyes were glued to the screen. What the hell was going on?
行ってみよう。
The two of us moved to a place where we could see the TV, with me guided along by Rimi's hand. I then timidly turned my eyes to the screen, and when I looked up at the captions on the screen, I was completely dumbfounded. What? Oh. Alright, the case is done. The game's over. We're safe. We're good. It was a news report announcing the arrest of the new gen culprit.
繰り返しお伝えします。今日午後3時半ごろ、警視庁渋谷署はいわゆるニュージェネレーションの凶器と呼ばれる渋谷で発生した一連の殺人事件のうち
Bro, is that supposed to be Bon? No, because he's off the case. The guy on the left. That's definitely Sue on the right. Why do we have a jacket over them, though? This is a plot by the police. They did not actually catch anybody.
9月29日に起きた通称貼り付け殺人事件の容疑者を逮捕しました。殺人容疑で逮捕されたのは無職駒枝慎吾容疑者25歳です。
Who the fuck?
容疑については先ほど渋谷署で行われた記者会見の通り、今のところ太田久さん殺害についてのみで、他の事件に関する容疑は今後追及していく構えです。駒枝容疑者は太田さん殺害については容疑を認めており、
What did he say?
交際している女性が太田さんにしつこくつけ回され、カッとなって首を絞めた。しかしゾンビだったため死なず、貼り付けにして動きを止めた。
What? Since he was a zombie and wasn't dying, I crucified him to stop him from moving anymore? What? Zombie, a person that has been resurrected from the dead. They have lost all sense of their original self and can only move at a slow pace. But in spite of this, they are still ferocious and often attack people. One theory states that zombies originate from a practice seen in voodooism, a practice in which a wrongdoer is placed in a near-death state using a tetrodotoxin-based powder known as zombie powder. These victims are then accidentally buried alive, suffering permanent brain damage due to the lack of oxygen.
などと意味不明の供述をしています。警察の調べでは、駒枝容疑者には現在交際している女性がいないことが明らかになっており、薬物を摂取していた疑いもあるとみて捜査を進めています。
Okay. So he got high and then did the crimes? I was in a state of sheer disbelief. The TV screen was repeatedly broadcasting a recording of the suspect being transported by car. The flashes coming from the mass media surrounding the car made the screen flicker violently. The suspect was completely covered by his jacket, so I couldn't see his face. Remy whispered to me as I stared at the TV screen. Her hand squeezed my own. Well, we don't know who's under that jacket. I might be under that jacket, Remy. You don't know. I need to know if there's a significance between the times when they spell Shogun without the extra U with the show, and when they do. I need to know if these are two different people, actually. Or if this is just a translation thing. That's a little too convenient, Remy, I must say. Again, a little too convenient. She was right. Since the culprit behind the crucifixion had been arrested, that automatically meant it couldn't have been me. I hadn't been sleepwalking, nor did I have multiple personalities. Well, that doesn't prove any of that. This proved that I was completely normal. It absolutely does not prove that, Takumi. At the same time, it also disproved that I'd seen Remy covered in blood at the scene. That also doesn't prove that. It wasn't real. It had to be a delusion I'd come up with. Again, none of this correlates. It was over. The nightmare that had been tormenting me without end for almost a month was finally over. There's only been a month? Bro! It's only been a month? Like a little over a month? Felt like it's been months, plural. Like several. Being afraid of shadows, being afraid of God's gaze, trying desperately to get a D-sword. None of those things were necessary anymore. But even so, why? Why was there this feeling of unease deep within my chest? Shogun being a prank, and the person behind it just stalking me for shits and giggles. It just didn't feel realistic. But maybe I was only thinking that because I'd pretty much forgotten all normal logic and reasoning over the last month. Oh, phone vibrating in my pocket. Oh no, don't let me answer this and this is the song. Don't let it be the song. It was on vibrate, but the phones still weren't allowed in the hospital. I let go of Remy, exited through the front entrance, then pulled out my phone.
Hi.
Is it Nanami?
Dare?
I braced myself. UA Pass might have started playing. I quickly went to check the name of the caller. Restricted. It was a restricted number. I was hit with a real bad feeling. But when I frantically went to hang up... Nanami? What's going on? The horribly pained voice that come through the phone was, unmistakably, Nanami's.
Nanami?
What? Give me back? What? What? What is going on? Wait, what? 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 What are you talking about? It looked like you had it. What's going on? The shop specializing in Garo Froggy merchandise was known as Top Frog. Top Frog. Okay. That pun was likely an attempt to leave a good impression on its customer base. But Bond could only sigh at what felt was akin to a dad joke. At present, Top Frog had about 20 branches established around the capital region, and it was showing no signs of slowing down its expansion. Bond was currently visiting the very first branch situated in Harajuku, a place often cited as paradise by the biggest Garo Froggy fans. Bond, however, quickly came to regret this decision.
Nah, Yua-chan.
Yeah, can we get the fuck out? He spoke in a low voice to Yua, the girl that had guided him to the shop.
でも、百瀬さんからゲロカエルンを買ってくるように頼まれてるんじゃ。
Yeah,
だ
but
ってよ、おじさんだけ明らかに浮いてるからさ。
yeah. Scores of young people happily trotted along Takeshita Dori, but the vast majority have passed by without so much as glancing at the shop. Only a few people were standing inside the actual store. In fact, aside from Bon and Yua, there were only 3 customers in total, all of which were high school girls. Due to Bon's unkempt appearance, walking alongside Takeshita Dori with Yua inevitably served to portray him as a man of obscene intentions. He was just going to buy one of the plushes that was so popular nowadays, but that was what any stereotypical old pervert would say, a notion that brought down Bon's spirits considerably. On top of that, it's all the frogs. It's all the frogs. All the frogs are watching you. The frogs are watching you. No, it's the frogs. The frogs are watching you.
それ私もです最近誰かの視線を感じて
Whose eyes are those eyes? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Up top. Am I right, Bon? Bon-chan? Am I right? Whose eyes are... Yeah, no? Okay.
なんで俺だけじゃなかったかゆあちゃんの場合は心配だなストーカーに付け狙われてたりしたら
そんな怖いこと言わないでください
安心しなそんな奴がいたら俺が逮捕してやるから
Resolving the topic with a grin, Bon stared fixedly at the various frog characters lined up along the shelves.
ところでゆあちゃんはここに来るのは何度目だ
私も初めてです
あんまり客がいねえようだが静かなブームってやつなのか
金曜日から日曜日にかけてはすごく混んでるらしいですつまり新作が発売されて、週末の間だけですね。
We went over this already, yeah.
特に金曜日はものすごく並ぶらしくて。
Yeah, because that's when it comes out, right?
学生のために18時に販売開始なんですけど。
Okay, 6 p.m.
噂だとその行列だけで竹下通りが埋め尽くされるとか。
Jesus Christ!
週末だけね。ますます怪しいな。
Bon went to pick up 2 of the Teary Gera Froggies that had released last week, then headed to the register. Yua, not buying anything herself, followed behind him.
Shase!
Welcome, my dude! The store employee was a vacuous-looking man in his 20s. His hair had been dyed green and had earrings in, If he were not behind the register, he certainly would not look like a clerk to the passing observer. At the very least, it was no outfit to be serving customers in. The employee stared at the two without relent nor restraint.
娘さんへのプレゼントってやつか。
Yeah,
そうなんだよね。
sure.
この子がどうしてもって言うから。まあ、たまには父親らしいことしてやらんとね。
Bon forced a smile as he looked ingratiatingly at the younger shop clerk. Yua's gaze fell to the floor as her face turned to one of shock. Nonetheless, she did not break the father and daughter charade.
それより、このカエルに興味あるんだけど、ちょっと話聞かせてもらっていいかな。
They're frogs, sir. What do you want me to tell you?
ゲコカエルンってそんなに人気あるの？
They're ghetto. Not gecko froggies, ghetto froggies.
っていうかゲロカエルんすよ。バンバン人気あってやばいっす。
They're like turbo bonkers popular. It's crazy, man. Dead ass. Bussin'. For real, for real. No cap. The mango vape. The Gero froggy.
ああ、ゲプカエルンね。いつも週末に新作が出るんでしょ。
ゲロカエルンだって言ってんじゃん。
Come on, my dude. Righteous. Bussin'.
っていうか新作とかそういう言い方マジやめて。新ガエルだから。
And like, my man, don't call them products all stuffy like that. They're avant-ghetto buddies, bro. I'm always revert to Zoomer speak.
金土日と超
Come on,
並んで
bro. Do I gotta put up Subway Surfers?
マジやばいっすよ。マジでバンバン売れるっすから。
We line them up Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And they sell like turbo bonkers fast. It's seriously crazy, man. They seriously sell like turbo bonkers fast, man. No cap. No cap.
バンバンっすよマジで
I really mean turbo bonk. Okay, righteous. Okay, I get it. Yua's brow narrowed in response to the young man. Bonkers seemed to be a favorite word of the shop clerk. Something felt odd to her about it. Why is he emphasizing part of it so much? She wondered. It likely was not intentional, but it almost felt as if the young clerk was saying Bond's name in some capacity.
これメイドインチャイナってラベルに書いてあるだけなんだけどメーカーとかわかる
China.
はメーカー
What? The what? The what? The menu? The who? Dude, they're Gero Froggies. Just buy one.
つうかゲロガエルにブランドとかねえしゲロガエルンはゲロガエルンじゃねそれで完結してね
Come on, they're free creatures. They're Gero Froggies. Just buy one. They're bussin'.
おっさん
Bonkers,
待ち
dude.
受けんだけど
Turbo, uncool.
教えとくとゲロガエルンって作ってんじゃねえからマジバンバン
Yeah.
生まれてっから
They're not made, they're born. The Gero Froggies, I mean. Unsurprisingly, the conversation was getting to be too much for Bond, leaving him on the verge of rupture. In order to prevent this, he swiftly entered the conversation, handed over the money, and then left the store with Yua in tow. Okay, we obtained the Gero Froggy.
店員の教育がなってねえな
No, they don't need to. These things, they sell themselves, okay? He doesn't even need to be there.
今時の若い連中ときたらもうろくに会話もできやしね
Yeah, it's true, it's true, it's true.
大体なんだあの格好は
The circus came to town? Damn. Okay, hold on. Hold. There we go.
そうですね。
Yua came to an abrupt halt. She grabbed Bond's suit cuff and pulled him to a stop as well.
見てください、バンさん。
どうした
Yua was pointing in the direction of a 2-ton truck. It was pulled over on the side of the road, and a number of cardboard boxes were being unloaded from the cargo bed. The boxes were carried one after the other into the back of the Gero Froggy shop.
明日発売になるゲジカエルンの新作か
The Gero Froggipedes. Coming out tomorrow.
ゲロカエルンです。
Get a frog.
ゆあちゃんよく見つけたな偉いぞ
Yeah, nice catch.
いえ、そんな。
It was a quinky dink. Usually the cargo bed of a truck would have a company name or logo emblazoned on it somewhere, but the one before Bond and Yua was completely blank. However, the cardboard boxes being carried inside had something resembling a company name written beside a few Gero Froggy illustrations.
有限会社新興
Faith Works Limited.
聞いたことあ
Ah, so they're religious froggies. I see. This is a cult. It's a cult. The cult of Gero Froggy. I understand. The Vatican is involved. Of course the Vatican's involved. When is the Vatican not involved?
となれば困った時のももちゃん頼みだな
Alright, let's go visit Momo-chan. We parted ways with Misumi-kun at the station, then headed straight back to my base. The whole way there, I felt like I was stumbling my way through a nightmare. Nanami's face kept popping up in my mind, and each time it did, her expression was different. Nanami had always been the type to wear her heart on her sleeve. When she was angry, she'd puff out her cheeks and pout. And when she was happy, she'd smile so wide it'd make even me embarrassed. Memories of all those different expressions made my heart thump again and again, almost painfully so. That phone call from before, the things she'd said, what the hell had they meant? They could only mean that the bandage wrapped around her arm when I'd seen her at school must have been... Where could she be now? At school? Or maybe she'd already gone back home. Why don't you just call her? You have her number. Or did he say he tried and I missed it?
ほら、前見て歩かないと転んじゃうよ。
Like... Yeah, so you didn't try to call her back. Okay. Come on, Taku, we've got to look... Come on, Taku, you've got to look where you're going. I don't want you to trip. Supported by Remy, the two of us came out on the roof. Alright, so what did we just do? We just did a positive one, right? And now we do a negative.
どうしたの？
これから実家に帰ってみようと思うんだ。
Alright, prediction. There will not be an actual delusion. This will just be how we react towards finding the padlock cut off our shipping container. That's my prediction. Locking it in.
これから急だね。
歩いても30分もかからないところなんだ。それで一緒についてきてほしい。
As I made that request, I was so nervous, my heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. I was even somewhat surprised that those words had managed to come out of my mouth at all. Asking someone for something, it was something I'd never been able to do before now.
嫌だよ。
She firmly declined.
私、行きたくない。
Okay. Couldn't believe my ears. I would have never thought she'd respond like that. Before that moment, Remy had always listened to me, no matter how selfish I was being. She had always helped me, supported me. So I had assumed that she would agree without question, no matter what I asked her. But now that I thought about it again, I was the weird one for assuming she'd never refuse. I had gotten too used to asking her to take care of me. I was being too presumptuous, expecting too much of her.
そう。
それに。
Remy turned her back to me, and then she wrapped her arms around herself.
それに、タクも行かない方がいい。
What are you talking about?
それってどういう
I was right so far, there's no delusion yet.
実家には戻らないで。
She spoke firmly, almost like she was ordering me not to go. I was at a loss. I had no idea what Remy was trying to achieve by saying that. What kind of face was Remy making as she had her back to me? I didn't know.
わけがわからない。
あなたは何も知らなくていい。
Her voice carried a sense of urgency. She felt like a completely different person from before.
ここで、このコンテナハウスだけでずっと生きていけばいいの。
Damn.
そうしてもらわないと困るんだ。
Won't end well. Wait, this was a delusion, right? Or was it real? What the fuck? A high-pitched sound pierced my ears. One that sounded almost like a woman's scream. What the fuck was that? What the fuck is going on? A strong gust of wind swept over the rooftop. The air trembled. My vision was overwhelmed by a blinding sheet of deep crimson. With no idea what had just happened, I turned my face to the light. And when I looked on top of the container house, there she stood. Senna? What are you doing here? Well, you got your sword, Senna. Always Senna, D-sword in hand. Source of the light was her D-sword, glimmering against the sky. But something was strange. When I'd seen it before, Senna's D-sword had emitted a blue glow. The sound vanished. The wind stopped.
答える。
Her voice was sharp, her glare cold. Her eyes glistened with unmistakable animosity.
これを書いたのはお前か？
I was in 4th grade, and I'm cringe. What do you want from me? As she spoke, she thrust out a piece of paper with IR2 scribbled on it. My essay, for some reason. It was all scrunched up. Why did Senna have that? Why was Senna here? Illegal trespassing. Those words popped into my head, immediately followed by the realization that she had searched my room. But what for?
答えろと言っている。
Police? You committed a crime?
そうだけど。だから。
Yeah, is there a problem with that? I can't be Chuny in 4th grade, Senna? What? Cause a piece here? Next came the sound of Sospi's inner voice. Listen, she's trying. Senna was she was behind Senna. She was clinging to Senna's legs, and her face was peeking out from behind them. She had an urgent look on her face as she looked at me. Right as Cosby screamed, Senna leapt from the roof. She held the sword high and... Oh my god. Remy yanked my arm and I fell backwards. I quickly looked back up and saw the place I had been standing only moments prior. Senna's sword had hollowed out onto the floor of the rooftop. It had such insane destructive power, such tremendous sharpness, that it didn't feel real. The impact had been great enough to destroy the concrete, and yet the sword didn't even have a scratch on it. Weren't these swords supposed to be things people couldn't see, let alone touch? A certain term crossed my mind. Real boot. Her sword had been real booted. Through the mutual recognition of the four people here, Senna's D-sword had gone from her delusion to reality. It was now a great sword that could cut down a person for real. If Remy hadn't pulled me away in time, I would have been bisected from head to toe by that beautiful sword of hers. It would have been an instant death. Shivers ran down my entire body. Just now, Senna had unmistakably tried to kill me. Why? My head was overrun with confusion. The two of us had been eating crunchy coons together just the other day. Cosby had been there with us. It was true that our relationship wasn't far enough for me to call us friends, and that even back then, Senna had been acting scary the whole time. But even so, she shouldn't have hated me enough to suddenly come after me with a D-sword. Bro, what did I do to you? What did I do? I just wrote an essay in 4th grade. Senna raised her head. She glared at me even more intensely than before. Her movements were incredibly fast, despite the fact that she was holding a gigantic sword. She kicked off the ground like she was starting a 500-meter dash. The tip of her sword scraped against the ground as she brandished it, closing the distance between us. She raised the weapon above her head. In that instant, my instincts worked out exactly what kind of situation I was in. She was serious. She was deathly serious. As I lay his face up in a total heap, I let out a shriek. I couldn't run away. None of this made any sense. Getting a game over like this, desperately running away from Shogun, yet getting surprise attacked by Senna as a result of it? It was far too ridiculous, far too sudden. I didn't want this. I didn't want to die. I really didn't want to die. I really didn't want to die. I don't. I really didn't. And don't. Didn't and don't. It just don't die. Right then, a single silhouette leapt above me and landed between me and Senna. When I looked to see who it was, I realized it was Remy. She stretched her arms out wide to bar the way of the approaching girl. Was she putting her life on the line just to shield me? But if she did that, she was going to die. I didn't want that. Suddenly, what Cosby had said before reappeared in my mind. Pale light leaked past Remy's outstretched arms. She's going to pull out a sword too. She's one of them. She's a gigglomaniac. Yep. Yep. Remy. You leave my husband alone. Unifying the overflowing light, she placed her arms together. The air warped and shook. Coming seemingly from thin air, feathers of shining light burst around Remy and danced in the surrounding air. And then what appeared in her hands... Oh. What the hell? Effortlessly blocked the fierce downward swing of Senna's gigantic sword. Don't you dare torment my husband. I stand by my cancelled Chuni husband. What is it? Is it like a circular thing? It was all too graceful to be called a sword. All too ephemeral? All too ephemeral. Enough to easily be mistaken by for the wings of an angel. Then I realized a certain fact. That she, Sakiata Remy, oh my god, was a gigglomaniac. I mean, yeah, I figured that. I figured that was coming. I figured as much. I figured. We only got the one CG for like one line. It's a good thing I took the screen. Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoa, bro. Bro, what are these? They're sick, actually. Holy shit! Overwhelmed with shock, Aoi Sena looked at the face of the girl that stood before her. The winged sword that had so effortlessly blocked the attack of her D-sword was clearly a D-sword itself. If the girl she now faced was not accustomed to wielding a D-sword, she would not have been able to block Sena's attack with such perfect timing. Get real booted. Wowie zowie! Well, I thought you also knew that. Why are you sounding surprised? Causeway stared down at 3 people from atop the container house, as if she was a spectator. Her dangling legs swung back and forth again and again. Sure acted carefree for someone who ruined my surprise attack, thought Sena, clicking her tongue inside her head. Oh, this is not from Takumi's perspective, I see. However, despite her moving thoughts, she did not remove her gaze from Rumi's eyes. Her opponent had a brooding look on her face. Nishijo Takumi moaned from behind Rumi, having sunk to the ground in a pathetic display. Sena's target was ultimately him, so she had no intention of fighting with Rumi. Besides, this was no manga, nor was it an anime, so a D-sword battle was not a particularly realistic thing to occur.
その男が何をしたか知って IR2 という公式を知ってるよ
Fully aware? Sena had been interrupted by a quiet, sorrowful, yet decisive response. Upon hearing that, Sena tightened the grip on her D-sword.
それなら
タクを覚醒させれば
Let him sleep. Keep him asleep. Don't wake him up.
もっと大変なことになる
その前に殺す
あなたには
It won't work.
無理だよ
I can't be killed. I'm a god. Have you seen my ESO save file? Have you seen my Neidhard character? I even have an alt account. Okay, I'm a god. Sena decided that there was no point in talking further. She brandished her sword in a lie stance. Before her, Rimi stood ready. Nishijo Takumi lay about 5 long strides away from her. At this distance, it would take 3 seconds to resolve things completely. Without hesitation, Sena rushed towards Rimi from the front. Aiming straight for the girl, she swept her D-sword toward her flank. Rimi attempted to block it like before, but Sena's strike had been a feint. Her sword passed through both Rimi's sword and body. She had released the real boots. At present, Sena's D-sword was no more than a delusion. We gotta do these frame-perfect real boots, okay? Frame-perfect. It could touch nothing, it could cut nothing, it could kill nothing. But that had never been her very aim. Due to having twisted her body to block the attack, Rimi's reactions would be slowed. During that time frame, Sena had already slipped past her and made it 2 steps closer to Takumi. She real-booted the sword once again in an instant. This is it. Takumi faced Sena with eyes of fear as she effortlessly real-booted the sword. With her D-sword that had once again become real, she moved to pierce Takumi's heart.
Sena.
Who? A figure flew past the corner of her vision. The instant she heard its voice, the girl, fiercely shaken by it, missed her target. Was that the Hatano guy? The tip of the sword grazed Takumi's leg and stabbed into the concrete. Sena slowly raised her head, then let out an angry growl. At the edge of the roof, their form lit by the backdrop of the setting sun, stood a single man, like a phantom among the corporeal. It's the homeless guy. Homeless Jack. His face was pale, deathly so. The pupils that resided within his sunken eyes were surrounded by bloodshot whites. His head hung toward the concrete, his face without expression. The instant Sena saw the man, neither Takumi nor anything else mattered to her anymore. The man Senna had chased without end, her sole object of hatred. The man that had abandoned her, betrayed his family entirely. That's her father, I'm assuming. That's her father, isn't it? I'm assuming that's her father. That very man now stood right before her very eyes. Senna took a step toward the man, gritting her teeth to hold back her overflowing hatred. She once again brandished her D-sword. Another step forward. You had to what? You had to do what?
母さんの最後はとても安らかなものだったよ。だからセナ、安心してほしい。母さんのおかげで素晴らしい実験結果が出た。母さんは世界のために役立ったんだ。お前も母さんの功績を誇っていい。
黙れよ!
Blood rushed to Senna's head, rendering her no longer able to see anything other than the man that stood before her. She dashed. It happened in an instant. She flew at the man's breast, closed the distance between herself and it, then sunk the D-sword deep into its center, and then found out he's not actually there, right? He's not been real booted. That was Senna's long-held desire. She had roamed Shibuya daily for the sole purpose of killing this man. She had dreamt of the day she would kill him countless times, and it never left her mind. Or did you? She went to remove her sword, which would grant her the opportunity to move away from the man. But before her sword could come free, the man wrapped his arms around Senna and gently embraced her. Her entire body stood on end. Him doing this now, after everything that had happened, only served to nauseate her. Long ago in the distant past, the bond of family between Senna and the man had been severed. Even so, for some reason she was unable to comprehend, Senna could not bring herself to throw off the man, an inability that deeply surprised her. His warmth, his large chest, the deeply real presence of her father. I figured. Her hands dyed in red. Yeah, you just got delusion. Get pranked. When she heard that whisper, Senna immediately understood. Errors slipped into dead spots. Psychological attacks. Enchantment. Seeing someone's delusions. When Senna realized her mistake, it was already too late. She lost her balance, and together with the man, her body was cast off the roof. To Senna, the ground that lay 8 stories below looked oh so far away. And then, wake up from the delusion, get pranked, unable to comprehend what the hell was going on. All I could do was watch as the scene unfolded. Oh, now we're back to Takumi. Senna had suddenly run to the edge of the roof, lost her balance for no reason, I could see, and was about to plunge to the ground right this very second. Her body was about to disappear beyond the edge. I could only let out a whisper. I tightly closed my eyes. She had committed suicide. Senna had intentionally dove to her death. I didn't understand why. As far as if I could understand, she'd assaulted me out of nowhere. Serves her right. That girl had been just yet another enemy. Alright, one problem solved. No matter how long I waited, the resulting splat of her body hitting concrete did not come. I timidly opened my eyes and tried to see what was going on. Did she climb back up? Senna wasn't falling. Instead, she was on her knees. Remy stood right beside her. She was holding Senna's arm. Had Remy saved her? Senna threw her D-sword away and started crying like a child. What the hell was even going on anymore? From my perspective, it looked like Sena had tried to die of her own volition.
辛い思いさせてごめんね。
You could just do that, Remy?
でもしょうがなかったの。
Remy had done something to Sena. The usually bright and happy girl I was used to felt like an entirely different person now. Alright, so she's just the master of gaslighting. She's just the god of gaslighting. That's what this is. Okay. A brooding face, sorrowful whispers, quivering eyes. The girl stood over there. The girl standing over there wasn't the Remy I knew. A voice reverberated in my mind. Kazubi hadn't moved from her position on top of the container house, meaning she was still staring down at us. You know, Takumi was right from the beginning. All the girls around me are insane and trying to kill me. He was right from the start. I don't know why I ever doubted him. He's just right. Clunky splatter thwap. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Chill ran down my spine. Kazubi was speaking with her usual airheaded, anime-esque tone of voice. But the things she was saying were deadly serious. Yeah, we're done. We're done here. We can be okay. We can calm down. We can relax. Let's chill. We'll let her go. We'll let her go. Completely impossible. Okay, well, okay, maybe that's fine, but... Well, probably not anymore. Probably not anymore. She tried to kill me. The gears of my mind refused to move. If someone told me that everything that just happened was a dream, I'd probably believe them just like that. Come to think of it, why had Sena attacked me so suddenly? Was Sena my enemy after all? What did I do? Sena raised her head as she sobbed. She made no attempt to wipe away her tears and stayed on the ground where she had fallen to her knees. Her gaze was fixed on me. What did I do? I was completely bewildered. She was launching nothing but raw emotion at me. What the hell did she think I'd done? I hadn't done anything. I hadn't screwed with anyone's lives. And I certainly didn't know a damn thing about Sena's family. I was harmless as could be. She'd read my mind. What? The monster I created to destroy the entire... What are you talking about? I was like 4. Or not 4. I was like... How old are you in 4th grade? Like fucking 12? No, not 12. You'd be like 8, right? Like 8 or 10. You're calling yourself harmless? Destroy the entire world? More chuny shit again? Turned my gaze to Remy for help, but she had her back to us. She stared vacantly at the darkening sky. Her figure, her voice, was the sheer loneliness they gave up. Merely in my imagination? I wish I knew fuck all of what was going on. With that statement, Remy spoke as if she knew everything there was to know. She does. Formula? From the sounds of it, she was talking about me, but I couldn't follow the conversation at all. The formula? Kazubi leapt down from the container house, holding my essay in her hand. She held out the back of the essay to us. I saw what I doodled on it back in elementary school. IR2. The chaos infesting Shibuya right now had started from this? Talk about an obscure accusation. There was no way in hell some random doodle could affect anything, let alone of that magnitude. I just doodled the thing on a complete whim when I was bored or something, probably. It was a long time ago, so I don't even remember it that well. But I did know there was no real meaning behind it. I just copied down the numbers I'd seen in a dream. It was a dream related to whose eyes are those eyes, which I'd written about on the front. I had used those words all the time since even before I'd written it, and whenever I had it, it would take all shape. What? It would all take shape in my dreams more and more. Within one of those dreams were those numbers. After a while, Santa wiped the tears from her eyes. Now, they were a deep scarlet. While still on the ground, while still hanging her head down in regret, she formed a sentence. What was I supposed to do? Not write the formula? It was just a meme. It was a prank. Okay.
ノア2に搭載されている中で最も秀でているのは中核システムに組み込まれたとある方程式です。
That's probably my formula.
これは人類史上未だ回答が見つかっていないとされているもの。
ミレニアム7のうちの一つかね。
One of the 7 Millennium Prize problems. A series of 7 math problems that were published in the year 2000 CE by the Clay Mathematics Institute in the United States. The 7 problems that had never been solved prior to their publication, and a $1 million prize was promised to anyone that managed to solve any of the 7. As of 2007, only one of the problems has been solved, and the other 6, and there are 6 remaining. I don't remember what it's at today, but I'm pretty sure like most of them are still not solved. I could be wrong though.
億単位の懸賞金がかけられているという数学界で未だ未解決の7つの問題か。
いいえ、その7つの中には入っていません。
Whoa, this isn't even among the 7 Millennium Prize puzzles. It's even more complicated.
ですが、実はミレニアム7はもともと問題が8つあった。公開前に1つだけ削除されたのです。
Okay.
それがノア2に組み込まれている方程式だと。
削除された理由は？
世界に最悪をまき散らす可能性があるためというところです。
一体どのような数式なのだ？
It says 2 plus 2 actually equals 5.
基本相互作用における電磁気力を想定した共鳴現象。それを表す計算式です。
Resonance phenomenon which speculates on electromagnetic forces within fundamental interactions. Fundamental interactions. In physics, this refers to any of the 4 basic forces that interact between elementary particles. These are electromagnetic interaction, gravitational interaction, weak interaction, and strong interaction. A theory that explains all elementary particles and the 4 fundamental interactions in a unified manner has yet to be established. If such a theory were ever finalized, it is predicted that it would be able to consistently explain everything from the subatomic scale to the far corners of the universe. Okay.
これにより、特定の電磁パルスと受容体とが近接作用することで発現する未知の力が解明されました。各国が30年以上かけて開発し積み上げてきた沈黙の兵器の研究成果を一瞬にして過去のものとしてしまったんですよ。
In an instant.
その問題に回答を見つけた者は神になるに等しいというわけだ。
I mean, what can I say? It just comes naturally to me. I just scribble shit. I'm like 8 scribbling shit down, and it's peak. It's just boom. What can I say? I'm just that good.
それを君が果たしたというわけかね。
それはとても不思議な場所から見つかりました。
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
子供の落書きというね。
I'm just that good.
IR2 ノア2のいわゆるハードウェア部分はこの公式によって神に匹敵する能力を手に入れました。
We're bringing back God?
あとは ソフトウェア部分に相当するギガロマニアックスのコードサンプルを集めれば、ノア2は本格的に稼働し、我々の望むもの全てを実現してくれるでしょう。
かのアインシュタインが現代に生きていればと思うよ。彼は高い能力を持つギガロマニアックスだったと聞く。
Einstein was a gigalomaniac? Hold on, I had to process that for a second. Einstein was a gigalomaniac of tremendous power. We're saying this. We're saying our boy Einstein. Of course, he's Chuny, of course.
家庭の話よりも現状がどうなっているかだ。ギガロマニアックスは世界中に数えるほどしかいないというではないか。大丈夫なのか？
すでに5人分のサンプルは確保しました。
Oh, I probably know those 5 people.
ノア2稼働に十分な数は集まったようだね。
ならば結構。
ただ、サンプルが多ければ多いほどノア2の能力は向上します。
It's not good. It's not good. That sounds very evil.
どうしてもサンプルを採取したいギガロマニアックスの少年が一人いましてね。
Misumi-kun, right? You must be talking about Misumi-kun. Obviously.
だからといって計画の遅延は許されんぞ。
ノア2の本格稼働はいつ頃になりそうなのかね。
稼働前に最終実験としてサードメルトを行います。
Third melt.
また地震を起こそうと？
予測規模は？
想定では関東大震災と同レベル。
Okay, another earthquake coming right up. We cook those up.
関東大震災クラスだと？
Jesus Christ.
マグニチュード
7.9 だったかな。
現在の建築基準と免震対策レベルを考えれば、町にかつてほどの大きな損害を及ぼすことはないでしょ
う。だが、犠牲者の数はファースト、セカンドの日ではなかろう？
Yeah.
およそ5000人ほどといったところです。
5,000。
少なく見積もってですが。問題が？
Any questions?
責任は貴様が取るのだろうな。
腹でも切って死んでみせますか？
Yeah.
これが最終実験です。
The final experiment.
サードメルトが予定通りの成果を上げたとき、ノア2は完全なる完成を見る。
And then this guy, who is very clearly more evil than the 2 other guys, will arise and take over even them and their companies or whatever. Obviously, he's going to get rid of the other 2, and he's taken over. Obviously.
世界の可能性は我らの手の中に。
この公式をお前が生み出した瞬間、世界は分岐したんだ。
How was I supposed to know?
分岐って。
What? Like with routes? This wasn't an eroge.
タク、もう行こう。話聞く必要なんてないよ。
Go where? Remy pulled on my hand, pleading me to go inside my room. Oh, just lock me in the shipping container? Her demeanor oozed feelings of desperation. Remy was afraid of something.
葵さんが言ってることは全部嘘っぱちだし。
Oh, well, if you say so.
嘘はそっちだろ。
葵さん、もう帰って。タクの前から消えてよ。
Stay for me and my husband. Who should I believe?
たかが数式になんでそんなに目くじら立てるんだよ。
本当に何も分かってないのか？
That's what we've been trying to tell you. Kozubi can literally read my mind. I have no clue what you're talking about.
アインシュタインが唱えた E=MC の事情、これが発表されたことで核兵器が開発されるという未来が生まれたように。
What? This is not nearly the same. What are you talking about? What? Okay, E equals mc squared, an equation in the theory of special relativity as defined by Albert Einstein. It stands for energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. The equation shows the mass and energy. This equation shows that mass and energy are equivalent.
お前の生み出した IR2 もまた
E イコール MC の事情と同じ。いや、それ以上の影響力を世界に与えている。
What? Bigger than Einstein?
IR2 は沈黙の兵器を現実のものとした。
Silent weapons.
沈黙の兵器。
思考盗撮、視覚投影、五感制御。
And listen, science has to progress in some fields eventually. What can I say? Wasn't that the patented technology Senna had told me about before? The one that she was investigating?
ギガロマニアックスは特別。いや、異常ではなくなる。これからはこの忌々しい力を誰もが自由に使えるようになるんだ。IR2 を元に作られた装置によってな。もっとも、その前に一握りの腐った連中に独占され、人々は気づかないうちに家畜同然の立場になるよう洗脳されてしまうだろうが。
How would I have known all this? Go on and on about this shit till the end of time. It still wouldn't change that I didn't know anything. Even if Santa was speaking the truth, I never would have intentionally tried to make something so horrifying. Not in a million years. It was just a doodle made by a kid. I hadn't done anything wrong.
それなら、そのアイアーム2は
IR2
それはギガロマニアックスの力のことをキュッピーンって説明したものなんだ。やっぱりあのおじさんが言ってたのは本当だったのら。一番重要なのはその目、誰の目を生み出した少年なんだ。
And that's me. And that's me, so stop killing me.
それってタクミちゃんのことだったんだね。
It was Takumi-chan. Kozupi spoke in a Kozupi spoke in a carefree tone. I would never be able to act as innocent as she could. Just like me, Remy always showed no signs of answering. Sana, meanwhile, opened her eyes wide and raised her head with a start. She rose to her feet, staggering. Why was her footing so unsteady? Did it have something to do with what Remy had done to her earlier?
お前、今なんて言った？
Santa drew closer to the puzzled girl, pressing her for answers.
おじしゃんって誰のことだ？
Hateno, obviously.
コズピーに理想度の大切さを教えてくれた人。東京に来て初めて話した人なの。なんかね、ふぎゅーって鼻つまみたくなっちゃう格好してて、へんてこなこと書いた板持ってたの。世界は終わるとかとか。
なんでそれを早く言わなかった？
I didn't think it was important. I just talked to a homeless guy.
そんなこと言われても。
あいつだ。やっと見つけた。
Me, Remy, and Cosby, the three of us, unable to understand what Senna meant, could only watch with confusion as Senna's blood-curdling demeanor boiled and bubbled.
私はやっと。
Okay, go kill him, not me. Go kill him, not me. Yeah, get out of here. I didn't do anything. There had once been a certain experiment, but it was an experiment she had known nothing of. Oh, this is Takumi's mom, isn't it? Or is this Senna's mom? Wait, no, that's gotta be Takumi in her arms, right? She was a perfectly ordinary housewife, and had been blessed with a second child in her womb before turning 40. No, perhaps perfectly ordinary might not fit her quite so well. After all, her earliest daughter was old enough to enter high school. A 15-year gap from the second child. Okay, so this isn't Takumi, this must be Senna. She had been slightly worried that her eldest daughter, adolescent that she was, would oppose the pregnancy. However, the exact opposite proved to be true. Her daughter's heart sang when she heard the news. Her husband, an established scientist, often lost himself in his research and faith, and rarely ever came home to his family. But when he was home, he always did his best to be a good husband and father. So while she housed some dissatisfactions, they would never surpass the love she held for her husband. Her second child was delivered without issue, a healthy girl of 2,579 grams. She named the child Mana. Oh, who the hell? What? Who is this? Soon after, her husband was unfortunately made to transfer far. Oh wait, no, this is Senna's family, and the father probably killed the mother and the sister. Soon after, her husband was unfortunately made to transfer far away. Her husband had no capacity to support himself with even the most basic of life skills, forcing her to ask her stable daughter to go with him and tend to her father's needs. Since she was now living alone with the newborn Mana, they then opted to move to an affordable company housing as per her husband's plan. She had initially been living in an apartment within the suburbs, but this made transport inconvenient. The new company house, who was in the best area in Shibuya, and many of her husband's colleagues' families lived close by. Her considerate husband claimed that, because of this, there would be nothing to worry about in her times of need, including when she needed help with the baby. Every room in the company house was spacious, and she particularly favored the bedroom. One wall was home to a large mirror, and the opposite wall had an even larger window. From there, she could view the luscious greenery of Yoyogi Park. She then went on to quickly befriend a housewife living close by and received extraordinary treatment from the company, namely being provided a housekeeper. She was proud of her husband for holding such an important position within his company, one that allowed her to live in such a luxurious way, and so her life without worries nor dissatisfaction continued. 2 years passed while Mana had experienced delayed growth. She had grown into a healthy child, all while not contracting any major illnesses. She was a very pampered child. If she did not cradle Mana in her arms, the girl would start crying in a voice so shrill it could shatter even the thickest glass. Regrettably, she had fallen ill about a month prior, a particularly grave symptom with a fierce tinnitus, something she suffered from throughout most hours of the day. Fortunately for her, the housekeeper and the housewife next door were more than willing to assist her with taking care of Mana. Regardless of the help she received, she was essentially joined at the hip with Mana and was never able to part from her even for a moment. Even when going to the bathroom, even when taking a bath, if a thought were to ever even cross her mind about having the housekeeper cradle the baby for a short time, Mana would detect those intentions and immediately burst into tears. Contrary to what one might surmise, she actually found endearment in how much Mana clung to her. But due to the inseparability of the two, she continued her life to live a life where she could never take a single step out of her own home. Her lifestyle was entirely supported by the housekeeper and the housewife. For her, meeting the two had become her true saving grace. Thank you. Thank you, please. I need to not hear the loop of the child crying. However, over time, something odd began to happen with the two helpers. During a friendly chat in the living room that had occurred a week prior, the housewife had spontaneously vomited without warning. Paying no heed to the confusion she allowed, the housewife then rushed outside. She had not seen her since, leaving her to worry that she had perhaps fallen ill. Concerned, she decided to ask the housekeeper if she could check on her. As the housekeeper left that day, she made her request, concluding with an, "I'd love your help tomorrow as well, dear," and yet when the housekeeper heard those words, she suddenly burst into tears and could only nod again and again as she departed. The tinnitus that had been tormenting her so became fiercer that night, to the point where it felt as if her head might split apart. She tried calling an ambulance, but the line refused to connect. She then tried going outside to ask the neighboring housewife for help, but even that proved too much for her. Throughout all of this, her daughter had continued to cry incessantly, further agitating her pain. In order to endure this terrible pain, she embraced her beloved Mana. And as she did so, both the tinnitus and the crying abruptly stopped. The pain in her head vanished just as suddenly, almost as if it had never been there to begin with. She then looked down, only to see that the child she was holding now was a mummified corpse. So that's why the other woman left and vomited. The experiment is she's been given this delusion the whole time about this child that she's raising. I see. In spite of how heavily it had been crying until that very moment, the body had suddenly become a desiccated, rotting mound of flesh, one that gave off the most repulsive stench. And so, before she could ever realize it was all an experiment, her mind broke. There had only been a certain experiment. There had once been a certain experiment, but it was an experiment that ran different than how he had hypothesized. He was a scientist at Nozomi Technology, a follower of the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light, the man at the center of Nozomi's strictly confidential Project Noah, and the man that had deciphered function 10 times int 40 IR2. He had offered his wife, on the verge of childbirth, as a test subject for the experiment. While that had been an instruction from the founder that he revered, it had been just as much his own suggestion, all to ensure the success of the experiment. It was christened the Mana experiment, after the codename given to their second daughter. His eldest daughter of 15 was placed in a Cosmic Church of the Divine Light institution, all while he observed his confined wife and infant child for 24 hours a day. His wife had been led to believe that the place she resided in was a company house, but in reality, it was a test site that Nozomi Technologies had prepared, a site containing the Noah 2 prototype he was developing. Mind reading, visual projection, and control over the five senses. In order to research the effects of such practices, he locked his wife and daughter, Mana, in the site as test subjects. Not much was known about the effects of electromagnetic radiation on the human body, so he very much intended to halt the experiment immediately if his wife or child showed any strange abnormalities. The experiment was then met with an unfortunate accident soon after it began. Mana passed away at 1 month of age, her cause of death unknown. It was an accident. Nobody could have prevented it. He was overcome with sorrow and attempted to bring the experiment to a close, and yet, such a thing was not permitted to him. Those were the words of his employer. His employer was referring to the bizarre sight visible within the experiment. His wife did not seem to recognize Mana's death as real, and instead treated her remains as if they were still her child. In her eyes, Mana had never died. But in truth, these things were all a simple projection, a reality only she was privy to. This was an effect of the Noah 2 prototype, and in a certain sense, the situation provided an optimal opportunity to test its capabilities. Consequently, he had his wishes disregarded. Eventually, even he came to think that continuing the experiment would be best, for his wife's sake. Looking upon the one-way mirror, his wife would embrace the corpse of their child and live to her every day in blissful happiness. Okay, so Senna is already 15 at this point, or like the Senna that we know is the older sister, and Mana is the second daughter that they had during, and this is Senna's mother, I'm assuming. Yeah. Looking upon the one-way mirror, his wife would embrace the corpse of their child and lived every day in blissful happiness. She would gaze through the window toward the greenery of Yoyogi Park, but in reality, the window was a mere wallpaper, and the scenery a projection, and yet she simply smiled at the view, all while gently tending to her child as she cooed. Staff belonging to the research team would take care of his wife, with one playing the role of a neighboring housewife and the other a housekeeper. As long as the experiment continued, her mind would never break. As such, he told himself that this was all for his wife's sake. Though in truth, perhaps his mind had broken far beyond his wife's ever could. At some point in time, his goal had changed from completing Noah 2 to forcing his wife to continue living an endless dream. After continuing the experiment for 2 years, his employer suddenly announced an end to the project.
データは十分取れました。ノア2本格稼働は間近です。
He vehemently opposed this, his desperation evident, and yet this passion had him branded a traitor, and he was subsequently removed from the project. As a gesture of kindness, he was permitted to be present at the test site on the final day of the experiment, albeit within restraints. And with him, his daughter, of whom he had not seen across those 2 full years, was forced to be present. A look of bewilderment rose to her face when she noticed him. Yeah, there's Senna.
父さん、これはどういうこと？母さんに何をしたの？
It's a little much to explain, Senna.
母さんが抱いているの？
Well, it was something he was unable to answer. His guilt over what he had prevented him from looking... What? His guilt over what he had done prevented him from looking his daughter in the eye. Meanwhile, the start of a ghastly ritual was drawing near. Listen, Senna, there's patents, okay? You see the thing on her head? Okay, it's the radio waves, the satellites, Shogun, Nozomi. There's a kid in a shipping container. Whose eyes are those eyes? That kid is responsible for it. Go kill him. He's the one who did all this. I said we shouldn't do this, guys. But Takumi, little infant Takumi, he said, hey, in the future, you should do that fucked up shit. You should do... I was like, whoa, kid, you're like 8. Let's calm down. But he was very insistent, Senna, so I had to do it. I had to do it. He said so. What was I going to do? The housewife had long since become unable to endure Mana's rotting stench, and the housekeeper had left the test site in tears in response to his wife's words. Then the equipment was stopped. The dream ended. Listen, Senna, the Takumi kid wrote a whole ass formula. It's not just any formula, it's like a formula that solves something people for a year. And the point of it is, this formula is the reason why your mother was put through this, and your child sister was just a rotting corpse for all this. And I had nothing to do with it. The kid was fucked up. You should go kill him. I think he lives in a shipping container at the top of this building. Here's a map to it. Go do that. The dream ended, and his wife broke. I mean, naturally. In her eyes, what was once her child had suddenly transformed into a mummy, a sight that brought her to scratch at her scalp, tear out her hair, dig her fingernails into the flesh of her face, and then began to ravenously devour the desiccated body of her own child. Okay, I mean, there's breaking and then there's this. I feel like that's a little much. Through every tear of flesh, she continued to laugh maniacally, banging her head against the wall. Before eventually she took a kitchen knife, drove the blade into her own eyes, and died right there where she stood. The daughter cried and screamed as she watched her mother's horrific end from beyond the one-way mirror. Yeah, that's very reasonable, actually. All right, boys, experiment was a success. Resounding. Let's move on to step 2. What's wrong? The test was a success. His daughter was then taken away by 2 researchers, with one taking hold of each arm. He was not even granted the opportunity to pursue his only remaining relative. He blamed himself for everything, believing he had reaped what he himself had sowed. Regardless of his reasons, when he had resolved to continue the experiment 2 years ago, it had been obvious how things would end. Mere days after bearing witness to his wife's death, he vanished, and now nary a soul knew of his current whereabouts. Okay, you know, maybe the mom's reaction after the test ended isn't entirely his fault. Listen, there's breaking, and then there's whatever that was. She devoured the rotting corpse of her child and then, like, banged her head against the walls laughing and then stabbed a knife into her eye and died on the... That's a little... I feel like I could believe all of it, but the immediately eating the mummified body of your dead child, I feel like that's a little much. It's 99% his fault, but not all of it. Listen, it is his fault for putting her in that situation. Why the fuck would you ever put your wife in that situation? That's fucked up. It escalating is not entirely his fault. He wanted her out. Actually, no, he didn't want her out. He wanted her to stay in that and never end the experiment. So no, it is his fault. Fuck him. He is to blame. He is to blame. I blame him. I blame him. He is the asshole. Certified asshole. He is the asshole. Okay. After everything had settled, Senna had gone on to interrogate Kozupi about something with bloodshot eyes, and then after doing that for a bit, she ran off somewhere on her own. Kozupi had chased after her, but I, meanwhile, had just been staying put. Still incredibly confused as to why Senna had become so obsessive all of a sudden. And now I was trudging to Shimo Kitazawa. My parents' house was only a short distance away. Walking from my base to it took less than half an hour. Could Nanami be there? Though not as busy as Shibuya itself, the roads of Shimo Kitazawa were fairly crowded. I was still being hit by the aftermath of that Esper debacle. Namely, some passers-by looked at me with mocking sneers, while others even took pictures of me on their phones. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and humiliation, I hurried along the road to home. Yeah, you should be. Rumi's eyes were pointed to the ground as she said that. She was walking a bit behind me, and in the time we'd spent moving along, she'd already repeated those words over 10 times. No matter how much she apologized, I had no way of answering. I didn't know anything about Rumi. Nothing had changed ever since we'd first met. And yet she supported me. She stayed by my side. But at the end of the day, there was still so much I didn't know about her. Even so, I'd always brushed that issue out of my mind. Perhaps it was because something in me knew that she wouldn't stay with me if I knew the truth. And that terrified me. I worked up the courage and asked her what was on my mind. I asked her the reason why she would stay with a guy like me. Was it because she was trying to lure me into a trap the entire time, just like you had? No, she's probably just supposed to monitor me. And yet, despite my suspicions, the answer she gave was nothing of the sort. Don't worry, I'm just tuning. None of that's real, so don't worry. Didn't want me to awaken, like as a gigglomaniac? Rumi knew more about me than I did. Rumi hesitated a little. Well, that's sweet, but you've got women slicing swords at me, so... In other words, she was telling me to stop pushing? But there was no way I could stop there. Normal life this, normal life that. Why are you stopping me from being Chuny? Just let me stay in my shipping container. I don't want to be a gigglomaniac, though. I just want to stay in my shipping container and play ESO, okay? But you also aren't? Which was it? Was she trying to dodge the question? What am I? The hell is an IR2? She didn't say from who. Pretty much. Oh, okay. Alright. Lies. Telling me it was all lies. It was a lie in and of itself. I could tell just from looking at her. I was about to ask more, but I held my tongue. Are you my enemy, or are you my friend? Depending on the answer, I might not have been able to stay with Remy. So I didn't ask. I mean, obviously she's gonna say I'm your friend. If I pretended that nothing had happened, I could keep on deceiving myself, just as I had been up until now. That way might be easier for me. Happier even. Okay, what was I gonna do? I was gonna keep being ignorant. That was what I was gonna do. I was gonna keep being ignorant and keep living a lie. A lie told by Remy. Remy had saved my life so many times already, so there was no way any harm would come to me if I did that. I deserved to live a normal life, just like she'd said.
Arigato.
Thanks, Remy. I averted my eyes from her and swapped out my question for a few words of gratitude.
守ってくれて。
I couldn't think of anything else to say, so I just continued walking toward my parents' house in silence. My eyes were eventually met with a familiar alleyway. It was a quiet, secluded residential area. Every now and then I could hear the faint sound of a train in the distance. I'd known this specific chunk of scenery ever since I was a little kid. This is where I'd grown up. I'd walked to both elementary school and middle school using this alleyway. If I headed through the narrow alleyway in front of me, my house would be right there. I was scared of seeing Nanami again, but I had to know for certain whether her arm was still there. I stopped and took a deep breath to calm myself, and then right when I was about to start walking again...
待って。
Okay. I'm waiting. I turned around to see Remy on the verge of tears.
どうしても行くの。
What am I supposed to go back to my shipping container where the two crazy women are? What do you want from me?
ねえ、行かないで。もう普通じゃいられなくなるよ。
Does it look like I have a normal life now?
私そんなの嫌だな。
What was that supposed to...
帰ろう。
Come on, Takumi, come back to your shipping container house.
あのコンテナハウスに。
That's normal. Yeah, literally. What do you mean, a normal life in a shipping container, dude? What is going on with this game?
私タクが望む限りずっと一緒にいるから。
Nah, that ain't normal.
それで一緒に学校に行って大臣と3人で他愛もない話をして帰りに立ち食いそば屋さんとか CD ショップとかに寄ってそうやってこれからもやっていこうよ。
僕はナナミに会わなくちゃ。
Yeah, I need to know how she's
い
doing.
ないよきっと。
Well, do you know where she is? Why was she so sure? Or was it just another lie? Would something bad happen to me if I went home?
私タクの悲しむ顔見たくない。
So you say.
もう謎かけみたいなことはやめてよ。
I'd had enough. She was telling me to stay ignorant forever? I couldn't go on like this, pretending like I knew nothing. Of course I couldn't. Each and every person I knew just kept hitting me with non-stop cryptic nonsense. It never ended. I really did want to stay ignorant. I really did. And you guys keep fucking doing shit to me. I just want to play games.
実家に行っちゃいけない理由があるなら言ってよ。
Yeah, just
こ
say
んな
it.
中途半端なのうんざりなんだ。
True. Good for you, Takumi. Sick of it? Did I have any right to say that? Wasn't I the one who always half-assed everything? Who never said what I really meant? Wasn't I the one who always ran away from everything? Yeah, I was. All the more reason to just keep doing that. From now until forever. It was time to go home. Remy was right. I didn't need to see Nanami at all. If I was planning on checking whether she had her right hand or not, then what the hell would I do if she didn't? Wouldn't that be all my fault? Nanami would hate me, resent me. All it would have done was solidify that I was a pathetic loser that couldn't even save his own little sister. If I left everything up in the air like it was now, I wouldn't have to be loaded with guilt. So, that was what I'd do. It was the optimal choice. Don't look at anything. No matter how many mysteries come your way, ignore them. Shut yourself away from the world. Based.
世話が焼けるな。
Bro, I am not. Everybody else is coming to me. I don't do shit.
ナナがいないと何
にもできないんだから。
Well, you're not around, so. Nanami's cheerful voice popped into my head. Is she sure Nanami won't be there because Nanami's actually dead? Is that it? If I ran away... Wait, but we saw her in our school. We saw her at school, so she can't be dead. If I ran away now, I wouldn't be able to face Nanami for the rest of my life. I wouldn't be able to go back home for the rest of my life. I clenched my fists and stepped forward into the narrow alleyway that led to my parents' house. It was less than 50 meters away now. At first, I just speed walked. Then I started running towards the home I had been raised in. 30 meters to go. 20 meters. 10. 0 meters. And when I looked, the house I knew, is it gone? Oh, it's right there. Was gone? I'm sorry, sir. Do I not see a house right there? What? The name on the doorplate was wrong. It wasn't Nishijo. In fact, the entire shape of the house was wrong. It was far newer and nicer than the home I'd lived in. I looked around. I wondered if I had mistaken one of the neighboring houses for mine. But I hadn't. Actually, none of the surrounding scenery lined up with my memories. I considered that maybe I'd gotten lost or taken the wrong alley, but there was no way that could have happened. I'd recognized the entire route until now. I knew for a fact I remember the route. But my home wasn't at the end of it. Have you considered, Takumi, that at some point your family just moved and they didn't tell you they moved because you don't fucking live with them? And then this house was built. They tore down the old place, built a new one. You ever consider that? Quick, use your phone, Taku. Yeah, call them. After taking the path from my memories, the scenery that should have been there hadn't appeared, and a completely unfamiliar one had instead. Jamai's Vu. What should have been familiar felt like I was setting foot in it for the first time. Jamaivu. No, it's not. Remy stood right behind me. She had denied my words immediately.
この世界にタクの帰る場所はないの。
And what's that supposed to mean, Remy? What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? The sunset illuminated the lone corridor of the hospital. The lights were not turned on in this short period before night fell, rendering it fairly dim. The clamor of dinner time before had calmed, and an eerie silence descended in its place. Speak, woman, what the hell happened? Oh, but here we have Shogun. Shogun was slowly traveling down the corridor in his wheelchair. The creaking of the wheels echoed throughout the empty hall. Many nurses passed him by, but none spoke to him, nor even so much as glanced his way. Acting as though it was perfectly normal, Shogun continued to spin the wheels with his hands, emaciated skin and bone as they were. When he passed in front of one of the rooms, a male patient known as Yamai called out to him. He pointed at him with his index finger, sounding a frantic cry. Yeah, that's Ami-chan. Together with Yamai, the nurse had a face of complete befuddlement. That's not allowed! Judge? Ref? What are you talking about? Let's get you back to bed. The nurse looked around, then looked at the man with a forced smile on her face. Despite the fact Shogun was passing through the corridor right before her very eyes, the nurse spoke as if there was no one there at all. Not letting you trick me now. Rao Aomi-chan. Taomi? Is it supposed to be Takumi? Is that what he's trying to say? What is he saying? Yamai became increasingly worked up as he continued to cry out. Shogun suddenly ignored him and silently turned right at the end of the hallway. The wall, which had been cream-colored up until that very moment, suddenly changed to black. And yet, even though the wall stood right in front of him, Shogun did not halt in his retreat. Yeah, I had figured, as soon as we saw this wall, I'm like, okay, this is the section of the hospital that Shogun is staying in, and he has created a barrier which gets people to not go down this hallway. And he could just go... That was my assumption in my head. Because I'm like, oh, well, that's a little weird. Right before he was about to collide with it, the black wall suddenly vanished. It, quite literally, had vanished. After the wall disappeared, a hidden corridor appeared from beyond its past reign. Shogun continued straight through it. He traveled another 20 meters before finally reaching a true dead end. And at that dead end was a lone door to a hospital room. Shogun opened the door and headed inside. It was the Phantom Hospital Room, the ghost story whispered about for many years, the tale of a room nobody knew of, and the person hospitalized within it. The name written upon the nameplate was... Nishijo Takumi. What the fuck? Chapter 9, Gigalomaniac. Oh my god, there's so much happening already. But we'll find out about that next time on Dragon Ball Z. Oh my fucking god. I'm pretty sure there's only supposed to be 9 main chapters in this route. And we're like not closing out any real mysteries here. It's mostly just more confusion. There's mostly just more confusion. So I'm assuming we're gonna have a lot of questions for this ending, which is why you're always... It seemed like, when I was reading about it, you always go to the first ending, no matter what your choices are. And then afterwards, you're supposed to replay to get the various other endings that you can get, depending on your choices. So, we are nowhere near finishing the game. So don't worry about that. There's plenty of content to come from this. But, so... Okay, we accidentally created an insane formula while scribbling shit. We scribbled shit down from our dreams. We're talking in our dreams, we talk to our future self. And now, we're being told that currently in this world, we don't have a home to go back to. And the Shogun that we've been worried about the whole time is actually also Takumi? But an old man, weird version Takumi in that room? And we do not exist as the Takumi from this world. Or we're not supposed to? Or does he not exist? And he's not supposed... We're not supposed to awaken. Are we a part of the a Nozomi experiment that's going on? Are we God? Am I God? What are the Garofrog? Were they Garofroggies or Gecko puppies? Were they... Were they bussin'? I don't know. But we're done here this week. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to show up, coming to hang out. And we'll continue this next time. Bye, gamers. Stay safe. Good night. Don't lose your minds.